Oh God, we're back.
Oh no, we're back. I mean, yay, we're back.
Hey, we're back.
Hey, everybody, welcome to Extra Life 2024. Wow. Uh, for those unfamiliar, Nerd House Tabletop participates yearly 25-hour live stream to marathon to raise money in partnership with Extra Life for Children's Miracle Network Hospitals, specifically Lurie's Children's Hospital in Chicago. This will be year 6 for Nerd House.
Woo!
Extra Life gathers thousands of gamers to raise money for their local children's hospitals by playing games, board games, video games, and everything in between. No donation is too small, and even $1 can help a child get the best treatment possible. Funds go toward big things like research for new cures and small things like IV stands. The money raised supports mental health as well as physical, and also includes supporting patients' families. Donations can be made via the widget below, somewhere down here, or on our Twitch page, or by searching Nerd House on the extralife.org website. Links are also in all the Nerd House social media bios and constantly scrolling in the Twitch chat. You will need to select a team member for donating if you look for us via the team page search. So my name is Michael. You can find me on there. I have recently set my account up, so I should be available there. If you don't see me, Dustin's definitely there. He's been here the whole time.
I've been here the whole time.
And speaking of donations, it wouldn't be a charity stream without some donation incentives. You can see our donation incentives on the screen and select those incentives with the correct DM's Extra Life page. So if you select mine, I don't know if the incentives will show up on my page. I don't think so, but it'll show up. It'll ping on our page here, and we'll see it. And I will make sure that everybody gets their bonuses and or bad things. Sam's page also has a couple of special items, like entries to a raffle for a painting by Nerdhouse Pup Calzone, as well as punishment, like shots of Malore and Bean Boozle beans. Be aware those last two are limited in number. Dustin, what are Bean Boozle beans? I have not...
So Bean Boozled beans are... they are akin to the like Harry Potter every flavor beans.
Ah, okay.
Where if you get
beans, excuse you.
If
you grab
legally distinct Birdie Bots.
Legally distinct, yes. So for example, if you grab a green bean, it might be apple flavored, it might be lime, it might be boogers, who knows?
Fantastic. And if you're not able to donate, just sharing our social posts today would be a huge help. I've shared them on Facebook. I'm sure Dustin and Sam have shared them. And on Nerd House, the page on Facebook, they're also shared, as well as Instagram and
where else? We are on Instagram. We are on Facebook. I think we're on Twitter. We're on TikTok. But yeah, all the good ones. Just
cool.
Search Nerd House Tabletop or NHT or some form thereof.
Awesome. And just as a personal note, I just want to add, I am one of the people who has actually been through Children's Miracle Network a few times. Growing up, I had to have leg lengthening surgery and a few other surgeries for a birth defect in my leg. So I can tell you personally, Children's Miracle Network is fantastic. And the whole experience would have been absolutely dramatic if not for all of the things that they helped with. So shout out to Children's Miracle Network. They are the bomb. All right. That should be everything. Any other questions, comments, concerns, queries, shouts of ululation or joy before we get started?
Who are you people and what are we doing? Where am I?
Perfect.
Who am I?
Who am I? Yeah, I guess intros first then. That's a good place to start. My name is Michael Lubier. You can find me pretty much everywhere at Hasuranos. You can call me Haas. That's pretty easier a lot of times because usually there's 6 Michaels in the room. Yeah, I stream with Nerd House occasionally, and there's some pretty cool people. Glad to be here.
Hooray! Yeah, I'm Dustin. Thanks, Mike, for DMing this session for us.
Absolutely.
I'm Dustin. If you see me in the chat, I am equally likely to be the official Nerd House Tabletop chat, or on occasion, if I'm chatting from my phone, I am Nerd House DM, Crash Test DM. And I'm always here. I'm always around, but probably standing somewhere in the background behind my wife.
Except probably tomorrow, where you should be sleeping, hopefully.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
All right,
Just
next up,
standing behind her, watching.
Yes.
waiting.
Waiting.
All right, Ian, you want to go next?
My name's Ian, um, and you if you follow Nerd House at all, you may have heard my voice on Co-op Sundays. I play there often. This go around, I'll be playing. I guess, do we go over characters or? Sounds like a plan.
Yes.
Sorry,
I will be playing the Fish Guts family.
Mm.
the Fish Guts family. Excellent. All right, and Rhodes.
All right. I'm Rhodes. I don't use social media very often, so follow Nerd House because that's the easiest way to find anyone. Um, but I will be playing while they do not want to be referred to it by such a name, but no one will ever call them by the name they want to be called. I am playing the Keeblers.
The Keeblers. All right. And for reference, we are playing today. The adventure I am running is in a system called Goblin Quest. We are playing a variation of the rules of Goblin Quest. If you purchase the PDF or the book, you will see they have several rules hacks listed in there, and I've decided to create my own for this adventure. So each of the players here will be controlling a team of chefs or caterers or some other cooking staff, and they will have a team of 5 each. They will each be controlling one person at a time. Thankfully, they don't have to come up with 5 voices to work through all at the same time. That would be impressive. But as the adventure goes on, they will start with their first chef or person, and if something happens to that person, they will move on to the next and the next and the next, and until they either run out of people or we complete the adventure. And if they run out of people, we'll just continue the adventure through whatever's happening to those people until the end of our 5-hour slot.
Without them, yes. Before we get started, we have already received a $100 donation from Tina.
Wow.
And
Thank you,
for
Tina.
that $100, they have redeemed a shot of Malort that I have to begin this session with. So it's
Oh, good. It's not me. Well, at least you don't have to run this one, Dustin. You'll just be several Malort shots deep when yours comes around.
Well, we only have so many of these, and Drizzly no longer exists to send us more. So, Tina, I hate you and thank you very much. Bottoms up.
I don't live that far from you. I know your address. I know where you live. And I have a break between my next session I'm playing in. I'm
I was
just
gonna say, I think Uber delivers alcohol now.
Oh, there you go. Just send her a shot of Malort. I'll leave it out in the wash. Oh, Dustin, that looks deeply unpleasant. I've never had Malort. I've only heard horrible things.
It tastes like being bullied in middle school.
It tastes like dirty gym socks and regret.
It's like being bullied in middle school. Ian, perfect description.
The other descriptor I love is it tastes like the product of a gypsy curse.
That is an interesting. I've heard absolutely horrible things. So you are an absolute trooper, Dustin.
That is
I
rancid.
salute you, sir, for taking on that burden for the Children's Miracle Network. All right. Before we get started, anyone have any other shout outs or anything that they want to get out of the way?
That was terrible. Let's move on.
And Dustin, one quick question just before I get started here. I do have an image. I was going to just share it in the chat, but I could also just do a screen share in the Discord if that will share correctly.
Yeah, I believe so. If you want to, it'll move our pictures around, but I can deal with that, I think. Okay.
If that doesn't work or it screws something up, just let me know and I will turn that off.
Okay.
So, go ahead.
Sorry, I do have a question. Is this
Yeah.
being recorded? Because Dustin's reaction is something that I want to have
Oh yeah, I mean we're live on
forever.
the internet. We're recording it as
You
well.
are recording. Excellent.
The
Good.
Oh
internet
yeah,
never forgets.
yeah.
Just want to make
Uh,
sure.
That is, yeah, the internet never forgets. Good luck to all of you.
I'm washing that down with a 5-hour energy.
It's
It's
a
Oh man,
terrible idea.
I forgot my drink. Oh well, I'll get it at our next
God,
break.
5-hour energy, my lord. Dustin, most of us grow up
Oh,
and just take cocaine.
oh,
5-hour energy.
That sounds like a terrible, terrible combination of things. Um,
oh, it
speaking of
worked
though,
though. I
give
mean,
me
I'm
just a
still not
second here.
happy, but I'm in a better place than I
But you're
was.
happy and fast now?
Happy.
Well, I don't know about happy, but I'm certainly fast. Oh no,
You
what
said
I'm
happy
still
happened to
here.
Mike
PRP.
Strand?
I'm still here. I just I had to take some Tylenol real quick. I have some chronic pain, and my alarm went off about 20 minutes ago, and I was too slow. So
Easy.
just wanted to close the camera while I took some Tylenol. All right,
Don't want the kids to think we're doing drugs.
not bad drugs, anyways. Only the good
No,
ones.
yeah, just my lord, I guess.
The Lord and Tylenol. What a stream.
And wine.
And wine. And energy drinks. 5 hour.
Uh,
Caffeine's not really a drug. They sell it at gas
trifecta.
stations. All right. All right. We'll bring it back around to our totally not Goblin Quest adventure. Our Chef's Quest. Chef Quest. Are you ready, Chef Quest?
Yes,
Sir, yes, sir.
All
yes,
right.
chef.
Yes, Chef. Oh, I like that.
Mm.
That's going to go to my head. So, to start things off, just setting the backstory a little bit, our intrepid teams of, well, not adventurers, just caterers, are standard. Let's, sorry, excuse me. Let's start by meeting your teams. We did talk a little bit about Rhodes and Ian, your teams here. Let's just intro those again real quick, and then I will get your backstory for the session. Dustin, let's start with you since you haven't shared yours with
Yes.
us yet.
I will be playing the Help. They are a team of caterers, usually rented out on a semi-permanent basis to a well-respected political family. But they are here on loan to offer some of their expertise in the heavier, heartier meals that might come along. Things like your heavy stews, your meatloaves, that sort of thing. The thing that sets up these five apart is that they can't reach high shelves because they're all very short. It's just the kind of thing that sets them apart. But they all share one singular dream, one collective vision for the future. And that is to one day have the opportunity to eat a full meal that none of them had to cook themselves, that someone else had to cook for them.
I
Because
see.
that is the height of luxury, not cooking your own meals.
I see. And for your team, what is your heirloom or the one item that your team shares, their prized possession?
Ah, yes, their ancestral wooden spoon that has been so well used it's worn down to a nub. So at this point, it is little more than a stirring stick, but they still insist that it is a spoon.
And anything's a spoon if you try hard enough. Is that
Yes,
their motto?
yes, those words exactly.
Excellent. Thank you, Dustin. Rhodes, do you want to go next?
Sure. I am playing a group of quintuplets, five sisters, that come from a very well known family, blah, 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 but they don't want to talk about that. They are ready to forge their own path. Their greatest dream is that they are going to open their own uh, French patisserie where they make more than just crackers and cookies. They make the finest of French pastries.
Ooh,
They didn't
exciting.
go all the way to Paris to study just to make crackers, Dad.
You'll make your crackers and you'll like it.
So that is their dream. Their work is that they unfortunately uh, just kind of always seem to be a little bit distracted. Just whenever there's something going on, it's collective quintuplet ADHD. And they can never really focus and hone in enough to actually get anything done.
That is so much worse than
um,
collective telepathy. The twin telepathy would be so much better than twin ADHD.
yes.
Excellent.
And their heirloom is a necklace that has a vial of some sort of liquid on the end known as the elixir.
The
And
elixir.
when
Ooh,
you need it, just put a drop or two of the elixir in there, and any recipe that was gonna go bad immediately goes well because everybody likes high fructose corn syrup.
that is phenomenal. I
That
love
is the
that.
thing that makes everything taste good. That and gluten.
And corn syrup and gluten. Merc. All
Merp.
right. And Ian, introduce us to Fish Guts.
The Fish Guts family, which is a series of brothers, half brothers, and an uncle. No dad, dad serving time for running from the cops. Um,
As you do.
they all they all have worked in a restaurant, and by restaurant I mean their house that is feet away from the highway because they're one of the ones that like refused to sell when they were building the highway. And their cooking was just good enough that people kept stopping at the house for food. Um, their main expertise is that they can make a stew out of anything.
Wonderful.
Anything.
Even
The thing
questionable
that
things. So I
correct.
hear.
Even then you're like, I don't think that should go in food, much less stew. Um, the thing that sets them apart from everyone else is none of them even understand the meaning of the word dress code.
Excellent.
Their dream is that they are striving to make the perfect stew. They don't know what that entails. They don't know what's a part of it, but they'll know when they taste it.
They
And
don't
I
know
hate
what
them in
stew
this.
is, but by golly, they'll make it.
Um, they
They'll
have the most
try whatever ingredients they have to.
right. They have the most holy of relics and ancestral heirlooms. It is the vaunted cast iron skillet of Mima that has been in their family
Oh
for
Lord.
generations.
All right, that is going to be an interesting heirloom to have. I can tell you that right now. That is going to cause some problems for the Fish Guts family, and I am looking forward to it. All right. With that, I think we have the stage set for our interesting group of catering staff. So to set the stage here, each of you working in your various jobs and contracts and hobbies and things that you're doing, at one point or another, you each receive an invitation. Each family receives one invitation, and it is a job. It looks like it's on this very fancy note card, double sided, embossed, but actually it's just a job offer. And it says, meet at this address, and it lists an address far out of the bounds of the city, or the rural area, the suburban area where you probably get most of your catering jobs, far out into the woods for a private catering event. If you agree, please show up at this time, and it's got the time and the details. It's got directions as well. It says the address will be difficult to find. The estate is quite a ways off the main road. Please follow these instructions very carefully. You would not want to get lost in the woods. And at the bottom, it says, "For your troubles, you will each be paid a great sum." And in true fashion, it's got a blank spot, and then a sticker has been placed over the top of it with a number containing one comma and a period and several zeros.
Several zeros after the period. Got it.
For each family, the number is what is appropriate. Essentially, this sticker has been stuck over the Kidler family. Your expertise and renown probably has a figure of at least 5 digits versus the Fishguts family. It has a smaller 5 digits. It has an enticing amount of money on the invitation, one that you would be sorely missing to pass up. So, given the date and time, you have plenty of time to prepare, to gather your materials. It doesn't say anything about what food will be served or what you'll be asked to bring. The details are quite sparse in that regard. It merely says, "Bring your staff and prepare a catered meal." So, starting there, how does each family prepare, or each group prepare for this slightly nebulous event that they are being paid quite handsomely for?
Well, first off, when the help receives their invitation and job offer, it is the leader of their group, the bossiest among them, Jeeves, who reads it and takes it upon himself to read the invitation aloud to the rest of them, and then immediately starts delegating tasks to the point where he has delegated every task, leaving himself with nothing else to do except yell at the rest of them that they're not doing their work fast enough.
Perfect. I've worked for this guy.
I'm sure we all have.
Excellent. Who else? What else are your families or teams preparing for this event? How will you be transporting your preparations as well? That's another question I have. Are you renting a truck? Do you have a fancy vehicle? Do you have a minivan that you're just piling into? Do you have, several vans worth of tables and chairs and things that you're bringing with you? We'll start with you, Dustin, first. How does your family plan on transporting whatever they have prepared to this event?
We have 2 vehicles. We have a sedan that transports most of the staff. And then we also have a small box truck that Jeffrey and Reginald drive. Actually,
Perfect.
Jeffrey drives. Reginald is too lazy to have ever learned how to drive, so he just sits shotgun in the box truck. But those two drive the truck with all of their supplies, all of the food and the materials, and then Jeeves drives the sedan, which transports Alfred and Lawrence as well.
Excellent. I forgot, food truck is another good option if anyone. I'm just throwing ideas out there. So, Rhodes, do you want to take us through how the Keeblers prepare?
Sure. It is the eldest of the sisters, Mirabella, that received the note and reads it. And she, excitedly runs to the rest of her sisters. Unfortunately, they do not make the most money. So it might be that, like, all 5 of them share one crappy apartment. It has 3 bedrooms, and Mirabella, as the oldest, gets her own room. The rest of them have to share. Um, and she runs to them and explains this great opportunity, and immediately starts making a menu. She's like, "Well, of course, we need to have macarons. Um, oh gosh, and what else should we make?" And she's like, "Eclairs will definitely be needed. Oh god, and Madeline's, and like everyone else is like also shooting off ideas of what they want to, prepare to bring with them.
So
And
just
thankfully
mountains of
those are
pastries and patisseries.
mountains of pastries, yes. Um, croissants, of course. And so thankfully, all of these things are relatively small. So they're able to fit it. They have two cars that they own. And so they are able to kind of just like box everything up nicely and neatly and then pile into their two cars. Mirabella, of course, is going to drive one of them. And then the second oldest, Irabella, is going to drive the other one, and the others just pile in the back. And the boxes will just kind of be like next to them, and they like take the
Ever
seat
just
belt
holding
and they
boxes
put it.
down.
They're holding it, and then they have like the seat belt around it to hold it in, and then they're just like also holding to just keep everything in
Excellent.
place.
Rhodes, I have a
Excellent.
question for you.
Uh-oh.
Hmm.
Are the oldest two sisters Arabella and Irabella?
No, they're Mirabella and Irabella. Arabella's the third sister. And then there's also Norabella and Lirabella.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Excellent. Excellent. All right. Ian,
Clarification.
last but not least, how are fish
All
guts
right.
preparing?
Well, they don't learn of it until 2 days before, because
Fair.
unfortunately, Atticus is the one that gets it first, and Atticus believes it's simply another warrant for their father's arrest. The downside is Atticus cannot read, so it gets thrown into the junk drawer in the kitchen. And when Tim, who's kind of the more responsible one, finds it, this is like 2 days before. Um, they go hunting the next day, and they're gonna bring fresh. The plan is that whatever they can get. So they get a fresh deer, a pig. Um, they say they hunted it. It's clearly a domesticated pig. Um, and then a like half a dozen squirrels. Squirrels and rabbits. Small game. They take their finest vehicle out of their fleet of 7, by which I mean they take their one functional vehicle, which is a 1974 F-150.
It's very
I
specific.
mean,
I love it.
I mean, it's a good
bring-
truck.
I can't complain.
It's a good
They'll definitely hear you coming.
Ford
but-
40-plus-year-old truck. The rest, they have multiple vehicles. They are currently lawn ornaments. This is their functional one. They decide because they're like, we don't know what kind of party this would be. We better dress our Sunday best. They wash the clothes they're in, and
While they're still in them.
well, still, yeah, no, they go down to the creek.
you vodka spray, and that's how you do it, man.
They bring, they're like, yeah, we better bust out the big guns. They bring Mima's cast iron pan. They also bring, like a knife. That's the gut knife, and then they bring like the stew pot.
A knife, the gut knife, the pot, and the pan. Excellent.
And they're set to go.
And everybody piles into the truck.
Yeah.
Are they just like people in the back, and they're just going down the highway?
2 in the front, 3 in the back, holding the animals they're bringing with.
Just holding carcasses, driving down the highway at 80 miles an hour in a rickety truck.
No,
sounds like home.
they got one hand on the side. It's fine.
I think I grew up with these guys.
Are you kidding?
All
I think
right.
I was these guys in college.
Of course, the thing that is in the most pristine shape in that vehicle is the radio. So
Naturally.
it's blasting some Merle Haggard, as they go down to this shindig.
Hell yeah. All right. So, moving to the day of, then, everybody piling into their vehicles, Jeeves and the help very neatly stacking everything they need. The elves or not the Keeblers, sorry, the Keeblers piling into their sedan, or not sedan, sorry, you said it was 2 cars. You're piling into your 2 cars, buckling, 2 sedans, buckling everything down, holding boxes of patisseries, and I assume there's a bunch of those like cake boxes filled with and things like that.
Yep.
Driving down the highway. As all of you are driving down the highway, at some point or another, as the excitement builds, as you're driving down the highway out of town and into the more rural areas, out way outside of town. And at some point, blasting by you on the highway at 80 miles an hour, you just hear bang, 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 and this pickup truck just goes blaring past you with just like deer head hanging out the back. I don't know how the help and the Keeblers feel about that, but boy, do I love that visual. That just sounds hysterical.
The Keeblers wish they stayed in France.
But eventually,
Jeeves feels like because the help spends so much time around like the upper echelons of society, that kind of like haughty attitude has like rubbed off on them a little bit.
Sure.
But deep down inside, they know that they're not really any better than those people. They like to think that they're better than them, but they're not.
Yeah, at least those people probably have friends and family cook meals for them, That's... Yeah. So eventually, after driving, probably 2.5 hours, maybe about an hour and 50 minutes, if you're driving 80 miles an hour down the freeway in a pickup truck, you find you're looking at mile markers now because you're reading the invitation. It says just past mile marker 437. I'm just making numbers up. Just past mile marker 437. Look to the eastern side of the road for a driveway. And as you're pulling up to this area, you're checking the markers. Eventually you probably pass by it at least once before you have to do a U-turn and pull up to it. It is not a driveway in the typical sense. For given the quality of the invitation and the amount of money that has been promised you, you expect to find a gate or a boulevard, paved road. It is a dirt path through the woods that is very well defined. It seems that this has been used quite a bit, but it is definitely an unmarked address in the woods.
It sounds like people living off the grid. It's how they get you. You get them a home address, then you're in their system.
I imagine the fish guts. This is probably their cup of tea there at home in this. But as you all like pull around and are trying to like figure it out, you notice that like all 3 of your teams are sort of like circling this one area before somebody pulls in. For who's the first one that pulls in?
I feel like
it is definitely not Jeffrey and Reginald in the box truck. The 2 of them pull over next to this driveway, this dirt path, and are arguing with each other whether or not they're going to abandon this gig entirely. Reggie doesn't want to do it at all. He just wants to go back home because that's easier, even though they don't make any money. And Jeffrey is just berating Reginald for it.
Just roll a die for me. Not for anything specific. I just have a funny idea, and I want to see if Jeeves notices.
That is a 4.
A 4? Okay, 4 is decent but not perfect, which actually fits here perfectly. As they're driving the sedan and trying to find this address, you look at this invitation again, and in the fine print, at $15,000 or whatever the amount is, and in the fine print beneath that it says per person.
Yeah, no. Remembering or rediscovering that, Jeeves will not hesitate. He's just gonna he's gonna take the sedan. He pulls into the driveway, and he tells Alfred to take the sedan the rest of the way up, and Jeeves is gonna get out of the sedan and he's gonna get into the box truck, push Jeffrey over so Jeffrey's now in the middle, and Jeeves is gonna do his own little bit of berating both of them just for arguing while the truck is running and wasting gas, and Jeeves is gonna drive the box truck up to God knows where down this dirt road to nowhere.
All right. So, is the help? Are they the first ones down the driveway, or while they're arguing, does somebody else maybe pull through?
I feel like for Fishgut's family, this like other than the Yui of like, yep, that was the turn. Like beyond that, they're like, oh yeah, this is off the grid. Like this is
Yeah,
par
perfect.
for the court. Like
I hear Oprah has one of these, and
that, like they immediately go up because they're like, yeah, no, this finally someone who's got the right idea. And they just go on forward.
Cool. So from Jeeves and the help's perspective, they're arguing and having this conversation, and a truck just barreling past you down the road. Deer body bouncing in the back, guys in the back falling over as they hit a bump in the tree root.
As they, as they hear via the Doppler, it's like, "Are you ready for some football?"
and the Keeblers, just to check in with them, how do they feel about this?
They probably arrive last. Just because, I mean, you ate dessert last, so it's fine. But they miss the turn like everybody else and have to double back. And it's Mirabella that misses it, and Arabella driving behind her in the other car is like, I knew she'd miss it. Of course she would freaking miss it. And just like talking shit to two of her younger sisters.
Meanwhile, there's a box truck on the side of the road. There's a box truck on the side of the road right there with like Butler outside yelling at people.
Oh
I
yeah,
feel like the box truck is branded, isn't it?
The box truck is branded. Everybody is already dressed in like matching tuxedos.
Oh, great, excellent.
But they're already like a little disheveled. Like none of their hair is like quite combed back correctly or enough. Jeffrey still not Jeffrey, Reginald still has like a little 5 o'clock shadow because he didn't shave this morning.
Unforgivable.
Yeah.
Unforgivable.
The kid's a mess.
So the Keeblers seeing these nice, well-dressed help butler-like staff on the side of the road, missing the turn, they turn back around, and do they say anything, or do they?
No, they probably just look at the box truck, but each of their cars continues up the road because while this is like out of the way and a little strange, it's not so strange because there are, of course, when they studied in France, which they will remind everyone all the time.
I see.
When they got to do jobs for some of the more elite families, they had estates out in the country. And so it's perfectly normal for those of a certain echelon to have country estates. So they don't wait an eyelash and they just drive right up.
Excellent. All right. I need everybody now. Everybody is going to roll me a d6, except Fishguts. Roll 2d6, and you can take the higher roll.
Okay.
Starting strong.
Starting strong. That's definitely what that expression was.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm definitely not starting strong.
All right. What do we have?
I got a.
For the Keeblers.
Sorry, go ahead.
Keeblers. What did you get?
Uno.
A 1. A 1. Okay. And a 2 for the help.
2.
And a 4 for Fishguts. Okay. So, Fishguts, you're the first down this road. You guys, you are in your element. I gave you advantage because you're in a 1974 Ford F-150. This is your jam. Unfortunately, the guys in the back are not strapped in quite as well. So as you take off just full tilt down this dirt road, it winds and weaves. There's tree roots. There's a couple of sand traps that you get stuck in for just a second before spinning those tires and getting going again. And somewhere down the line, you lose a little bit of your catch. You dealer's choice of you lose something from what you were bringing up here. But other than that, you're pretty much okay. A little banged up and worse for wear for those sitting in the back, but a day in the life. For Keeblers and the help, unfortunately, this road is not designed for nicer road vehicles. It is a nightmare. It takes you probably the better part of an hour to get down this winding, it's only a few miles stretch, probably about 3 miles into the woods, which into the woods 3 miles is still quite a bit. But getting stuck in sand traps, you guys have to get out and push the vehicles a couple times to get them loose, rock the sedan to get it loose of the sand and finally push it up. And because you rolled a 1, Keebler, I'm going to say during one of those adventures, somebody hits a tree root so hard that they just face plant directly into one of your boxes of patisseries, and it just explodes in the back seat.
If I could add a detail, probably one of the obstacles they find is a deer corpse suddenly in the middle of the road.
There you go. Nobody was expecting a deer corpse, and your car, the sedan, just slams into it. It's bad for everybody involved.
Yeah. And then they get into a fight. They're like, how'd you hit a deer? The deer was already dead. You can't blame me. The deer was already there and dead. It didn't jump out at me. I didn't have an opportunity to swerve.
And as far as the help goes, similar story. That box truck is absolutely not made for these backcountry roads. It takes quite a bit of work to get that thing moving out a few times. You almost have to just leave it behind at one point, but you do finally get it limping through the final stretch. As you pull up into a clearing, which I will describe in a second, it is very clear through the of the back of the box truck that you have absolutely blown a tire somewhere during this journey, and it is just it's haggard. Anyone in the box truck has been shaken, not stirred. It is not a fun time.
So it is an important note that when we packed the box truck, we did have everything was packed very nicely and very neatly, and it was very well organized. Was is the operative word here.
Excellent.
The keyword, the word was.
Yeah, so, but as each of you pulls up, obviously the fish guts first, you guys tearing around down the road, losing a deer in the back, but that's fine. You still got a whole pig. It'll be fine. Poor Keeblers hitting a dead deer in the middle of the road, having to drag it off. Oh my god, it's not. You just have to drag it off the road. I'm sure that's just a harrowing experience. Somebody's probably got some blood in places that is unpleasant. Mm-hmm. And then behind you, a sedan and a box truck come up behind you. They have to stop because you're stuck. They get stuck. It's just a whole thing. But eventually you make it through, and as you eventually pull through to the actual address, Atticus and Fishguts, you are the first ones to pull up. You pull into a clearing. Excuse me. You pull into a clearing that the trees just super thick until you pull through this break in the trees. It is dark and dingy, and in this break in the trees, the sun is pouring in, and there's that moment of oh, my eyes, as just making it impossible to quite make out details before your eyes finally adjust. And in front of you in this clearing is this just gorgeous palatial estate. It is probably, I'm just going to throw an image in our chat here so you can see it, and I will try to share it. And if that doesn't work, then I will stop doing that. Here we go. That should work. Hopefully that works. Let me know if that doesn't, Dustin.
Yeah, that works. That works just fine.
Great. So as you pull up through the break in the trees, you see this palatial estate. It's 3 or 4 stories. It's hard, there's a half story on top. There's outbuildings. There's just this gorgeous architecture. It's all overrun with the woods, the trees and bushes and undergrowth, but it looks intentional almost. Like it doesn't look like the walls and stairs are unkempt. They're not cracked or dirty. It's just like the forest has been allowed inside various places of this estate and has been curated to fill these niches and make it feel like this estate is one with nature in this area. It is quite obvious something is weird with this estate, however, as you pull up the help and the Keeblers, this may not strike you as too terribly odd, and for Fish Guts, you may not care. But anyone who is familiar with any sorts of architecture, this thing is an absolute hodgepodge of different architectural influences. You've got, like, just looking at it, it's this beautiful stonework all around, but you've got like a Thai spirit house on one side, there's an Ottoman minaret, a Celtic stone archway, there's this Mayan pyramid-inspired terrace, there's this big Mayan calendar over that terrace, you've got like Japanese-style torii roofs, the shrine roofs, you've got like at the very top there's one of those big round pointed spires like they have in like Russia and Balkan areas, like just this absolute anachronistic hodgepodge of cultures and architectural elements. It is almost, if the colors weren't nice and muted, it would be glaring and harsh. If each of these things had the colors you would associate with them in their cultural context, the whole thing would be just a vomit of color and style. It is an absolute hodgepodge. But as you pull up, there's the driveway pulls directly up to one of the large staircases. There's a small turnaround area, again, well kept, but still very dirt road, very, again, it's a dirt road. It is a well kept dirt road, but it is, an interesting bumpy setup that you're pulling through here. Fish Guts, as you pull up first, you noticing all these details, however you decide to take in those details, you pull up first and look around, and as you can see, there's a few lights on inside. You can see a few shadows moving inside the main house through the windows, but they are frosted, so you can't quite see through them, just can see some motion and movement inside.
All right. Tim is going to waddle out. By the way, Tim's defining feature is fat. So Tim's gonna waddle out, and they know well enough of like not only just in parties in general of like like he's gonna go around to the back of the house.
Okay, so you're gonna drive around the backside.
Go like we're the hired help. We don't go through the front door. um, And
That's
so
fair.
yeah, they're gonna go and partially it's like as they're doing that, there's also one of those things of like trying to find they're keeping an eye out for someone just so they can, put their head out and be like, where do you want this pig?
All right.
But yeah, their goal is okay, assumingly the kitchen is towards the back, because all kitchens should be towards the back. And they'll work their way around.
All right. So as you start to pull around the estate looking for like the help entrance or something like that, the other two, you guys, your teams eventually pull up to this estate as well, just in time to see a pickup truck come looping back around. As you, Fish Guts, as you drive around this estate, you lose the road at a certain point and you're just like off-roading around the back of it for a minute before you find like the path comes back around it a bit on the side. You kind of went counterclockwise around it, and you should have gone clockwise. It would have been right there, but you had it coming all the way around before you are pulling up, coming back around the other side as Keebler and the help, as you guys are pulling around this way and just see the pickup truck come bouncing back up towards you. And as you do pull back around that way, Fish Guts and team, you do see a door on the side of the estate. A light comes on the porch, and the door opens. As you're all, feel free to narrate yourselves getting out, getting ready, checking your equipment and stuff. But I just, for reference there, the door opens and there is a figure standing in the doorway. The light is behind him and quite bright. It's a little hard to tell, some features and stuff, but they do appear to be a tall, lithe person. It appears male as you kind of catch glimpses. They appear to be male in presentation, but it is a little hard to tell with all the shadows and everything that are cast. It seems in the way they're standing and where they're standing on this porch, the shadows seem to cast very deeply across their face. But they do hold up a hand and sort of greeting and motion you towards them.
The Keeblers, get out of the car. The middle sister Arabella is the one covered in the most blood because she did most of the heave-hoing of the gear. Because as most middle children, she just wanted to be accommodating and make the problem go
Look at
away
helping.
for everybody. And so she did most of the work, so she's just covered in blood. And their youngest sister is just like, no one will even notice. It's fine, with like a rag that she like spit on and is just like, it's fine. It's fine.
Not actually cleaning any of the blood, just smearing it further.
I'm just picturing one of those rollers
Yeah.
for getting hair off of things. It'll just, oh god, it's coming off.
Yes.
As the help is all getting out of their respective vehicles and checking the damage to the box truck, the only one that's really saying anything of consequence is Jeffrey, who's the heckler, and he's just talking shit about the hodgepodge design of this house. Like, was it really that difficult to pick a style and stick with it? Is your attention span so short that you forgot what you were fucking building? Like, before we were even done with that room, before you changed styles and colors completely?
Seeing the hecklers as well, fish guts, as you see all of this happening as your truck pulls up, and you do see a couple of the help team as they're inspecting the box truck, you can tell already just from your areas of expertise and the number of vehicles that you have stated that are being worked on currently, the angle that tire's at, that axle's probably not going to do so well.
That's a bad bus.
The
So
bad
what I originally
buzz.
that was a bad bus there. What I originally said I was going to do, I just looked up and I'm like, okay, no, I can't do that. Uh, I'm
Sure you
going.
can.
So, well, I was going to say Tim hoists the pig onto his back and just carries it in, but I just looked up and the smallest average weight of a pig is 300 pounds.
Oh, Tim could carry that
So,
easy.
I was more just going to say, so he yells at Cletus to come help him heft this pig in, and then when he gets to the figure, he'd be like, "This is going in the ice box or the smokehouse,"
All
because he
right.
assumes every place has a smokehouse. Why?
Fair
Why wouldn't
enough.
you? Like every place should have a smoker.
That's fair. So as you do, you take the pig. Everyone else is, the Keeblers and the help are, inspecting their vehicles and trying to get whatever equipment has not fallen, or equipment and food and such has not fallen and exploded, trying to get everything together and like gather their wits about you. You guys are just walking up carrying this big old, we'll say just for fun, it's a 500-pound hog you just got between the two of you as you're carrying it up. Where do you want it? And the figure in the doorway, he sort of motions to the side and says, you can leave it here. We'll bring in everything you need when it is time.
Sounds like a plan. And it's like I would imagine it's still mud crested from where it fell during the
Oh
hunt.
yeah.
Like no effort was made to clean this up. It was, yep, it's dead. Let's put it in. Like so they put it down to the side. Um, I'll direct Tobias and Steven to bring in the rest of the small game, and then Tim will reverently go back and get Mima's cast iron, and then Well, no, we can't trust Atticus with it. Cletus gets the cutting knife.
All right, fair enough. Whoever's your first character, so you'll eventually, once we're in the house, and start. Tim has the pan.
Tim is currently main character.
Cool. All right, just
If
check.
this was
Getting
GTA,
ahead, straight in my head.
Yeah, the pie wheel of character choice. Yeah, Tim is
the main character currently.
Yeah.
So your team all show up and they've unloading these animals, and Keebler and have to help. You're just watching this. This truck just pulled up. They're just unloading a pig. There's some rabbits. There's a whole rack of squirrels. There's an antler. No deer. They just toss that back in the truck. And the figure, as you get a little closer now, Fish Guts and company, the figure, again, very hard to see them until you get a little closer, and in the shadows, they are this resplendent, tall, lithe figure, almost in a butler's uniform. But as you get a little closer, you realize that there's some patterns on there, like these diamond patterns, and like the shoulders are a little bit puffed out to a, kind of like a point. There's a whimsy to it that, although you may not be familiar with it, anyone familiar with like a jester, like that sort of Harlequin style costume, there's like Harlequin styling to this butler's uniform. It's a weird cross between very formal and getting ready to do some sort of trick. It's, to your eyes, it is, I will say, it is very well pressed. Everything, the corners are sharp. Everything is in where it belongs. It is very formal, but it has those weird elements to it that are just a bit strange. And you could swear, as he gestures to where to put them, that you can hear just the slight tinkling of bells, although you don't see any immediately.
Well, this is the first time the grooms ever come out to meet us, and like Tim, yeah, no, he just assumes, okay, this is a wedding. That's the groom, because look how nice he's dressed. Obviously, he's the groom. And then again, he'll be like, "Name's Tim," and he'll just spit in his hand and put it out to shake a hand.
Oh, no, that's all right. My name is Alderus. You may refer to me as such. Feel free
Alderus, got it.
Alderus, yes, I think that's what you said. Yeah, feel free to leave those here. We'll wait for your other compatriots here before we go any further into the kitchen. It seems they're having some problems over here. You feel free to leave those things there. We'll bring them in. Bring in anything you need when you need it. Please. And he motions to all of you. You can hear him.
By that time, Jeeves, followed closely by Lawrence, who is holding the wooden spoon, almost like an emotional support blankie. But Jeeves is approaching the door just like to check in to see like where everything needs to go, what they will actually be cooking, and all of that. So those two are probably like halfway to the door already by this point.
Sounds good. And the Keeblers, are they anything they want to do before they follow the instructions?
No, after they've righted themselves to try to appear presentable, main character for the moment, Mirabella, walks up and goes to check in as well, with her sisters trailing behind.
Excellent. The butler, he does introduce himself as Alderus. Nice to meet you, Alderus. And he puts out a hand to shake your hand and then pulls it back when he sees each of you, and he nods instead. And Mirabella, I would say, as Mirabella approaches and he does that and sort of just pulls back and then nods, you also hear just a ding, 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 like bells jingling, just ever so faintly. You're not even quite sure you actually heard it for a moment. But then he, like I said, pulls his hand back and is, well, it's a pleasure to see you all here. This is wonderful. I see you've got the invitations. Fantastic. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4. And he counts everybody out. 50, 50. Perfect. Perfect. All right. Through here, we're going to go pass through the estate. There is there are some guests here already. You are running a bit late, but that's okay. We will work it out. We're going to go through the sitting room on the left, and then and he lays out a few rooms. Sitting room on the left, the hallway on the right, and we're going to pass through. Just follow me, and opens the door and ushers you all in. As
Um,
he does so, oh, go ahead.
Instinctually, Jeeves will grab the door and he will hold the door open with his foot while stepping to the side so that he does not block the doorway at all, allowing everyone else in.
Excellent. Doing that, as everybody follows in, Jeeves first, you're the first one in, you look up and see this just colossal foyer. There's staircases winding up the sides. There's this one main staircase that goes up and back onto the second floor. This foyer is probably 2.5 stories tall with a bright chandelier above it, everything accented in coppers and golds with greens and blues. And as you look around and take in the room in these just bright colors and fascinating, again, just absolute hodgepodge of cultural influences and things all around you, it is hard to pick where to look. Things look garish and just bright. There's you look at one side and like you see as Alderus walks over and opens, there's this the pocket doors that he opens to lead you into the sitting room that you're going to be passing through. And before he does that, you can see it's these old Victorian pocket doors where they had those like beautiful paintings on them, almost like a triptych, but like in pocket doors. It's just gorgeous. But instead of the like Victorian style painting you'd expect to see there, it is like an Italian fresco, the full tiles and everything before he slides the pocket doors open. Just you cannot get your heads around this weird mishmash of influences. It is truly like somebody reached into a hat and just pulled out random things and just spat them on the walls. It's beautiful in its chaos, but it is almost hard to look at in some places. And you also notice that there are different areas different areas of the room seem almost split in two, where bright, garish things on one side, and you look over into like a pocket as like a hallway where it is dark colors and just these like soft lights and things. It's just this. You could walk in one hallway to another and be absolutely blinded by the difference in color and tone and detail. It is hard to look at everything all at once. But as he opens the doors and ushers you all in off to the side, you walk through a small sitting room. It is, I say small, it's probably a good 20 feet by 20 feet room that's got a small TV playing in the corner, one of those big cabinet TVs where the TV is really tiny, but it's on like that 80s style giant cabinet. It's got the antenna up. You look over the antenna, they are actually copper antenna as well, and they are twisted in such a way, and it kind of statics a little bit, and you can hear like this game show music playing in just like faintly and a little bit discordant in the background. It's just like, coming next, Filmons, and just announcer voice. You can hear this like there's like music and excited laughter and screams, and then it moves on to a commercial as he ushers you through this room. He ushers you through this room and just quickly trying to get everybody to move along. Is anybody hesitating? Is there any reason anybody has to like not just quickly be ushered through as he's, you're late, come on.
No, all of the help, they're doing their level best to try and maintain as low a profile as possible. If they are noticed, they have already done something wrong. Their job is to be invisible. It is the guest's prerogative that if their glass is empty, it should just magically refill itself. The guest should never even notice that an empty glass has been taken from them and a full glass has been placed back in their hand.
Excellent. And Fishguts and Keeblers, are you all following as closely as you can? Are you pausing to look at things?
Oh, yeah, the Keeblers are following, but like a few of them, the younger two, do like keep getting distracted and looking at things. Norabella wants to like walk off into a room and she like sees something out the corner of her eye, and the two older sisters have to just like keep dragging the two youngest sisters back in line. But like good old Arabella, middle sister, always the most accommodating, is just following the path and keeping up and keeping pace.
I imagine one of the youngest gets caught by the TV for a minute. Philron's Funhouse! As it
Yeah.
looks this just crazy amalgamation. It's staticky and hard to see, but like there's very clearly like woo ha ah! Like it's just this like weird combination of things. I'm sure it catches somebody's eye for a minute at least before you are ushered along.
For the fish guts, I wouldn't say any people are stopped, but they are definitely slowed, and this is more like a line shuffling in a museum. They're just like, ooh, this much money they either stole from the government or they are the government.
So, as you all are following along, Eldris occasionally pauses and come on, and like ushers everybody along and makes sure that nobody gets left behind too far. He leads you through this hallway and into another room, and he opens a door. It's like there's a saloon style door. He's like, all right, come through here, and there's these stairs on the left, and he ushers you up. For anyone who feels particularly observant, you've taken at least 4 lefts and have not ended up back in any place that you started before. It is hard to keep track. Some of these hallways curve a little bit, so maybe it's just like an illusion. It's really hard to trying to get back out of this place the way you just came in would be very difficult unless you've been keeping track of like what the rooms look like, because each one has its own theme and accoutrements and just wild garish nonsense everywhere. It leads you eventually through this large ballroom where you can see a few figures just in the shadows, kind of talking. They're staying out of the way. They're very quietly chatting. They have what appears to be drinks in their hands that they're swirling and sipping on. And they're chatting. They are, pretty nondescript. You've got, you look over, and if you had to count them, there's a few people behind pillars and stuff. If you try to count, it looks like 7 people. They are gorgeous, though. You at a first glance as you were walking through, these people, their expressions are calm and composed, perfectly symmetrical. They have polite smiles. They're very quiet. But as they look at you as you pass, their eyes linger just a little bit before moving back to their conversations.
Noticing that we've been noticed, it is mostly Jeeves and Jeffrey kind of like looking back at the other 3 and like pushing and shoving them along, like, hey, they know we're here, they know we're late, we need to like get through this so that we can get to work. Here, hurry the fuck up.
as you're kind of having this not conversation, but the conversation with glances, as you're like, come on, go. One person breaks from the rest of the group and walks towards you. This garish orange vest and coat with this bright blue cape behind him. His beard is blue. He's very out of place in the rest of everything else happening here. He's like, oh, the help! You're here! Wonderful. So you're going to get ready for the party? And then as he's like just chattering on and on in this loud, boisterous voice for probably about 30 seconds before Aldous sort of rolls his eyes and tries to shuffle you along, he cocks his head to the side for a second, and he's, my theme music! Oh! And he runs around the corner, and you just see as he pops through one of these doors, you just see coming back through the door this puff of just what looks to be glitter and pyrotechnics, and it as he just pops through the door, and all of the other guests sort of roll their eyes and shrug and go back to their conversations as Aldous shakes his head and just very disappointedly and is, I apologize, please come with me.
Yeah, the help doesn't really know how to respond. They're not trained to hold a conversation with guests. That's not their place. So,
which is good because he held the whole conversation all by himself.
So, it's mostly like Alfred and Lawrence who get like caught by him. And the 2 of them are just like looking almost straight up at the guy because even though Alfred is the tall one, he's still very short.
The tall one being like 5'4".
Yeah. Everybody else is like 5 feet, and Alfred's like 5'3", 5'4". So still not tall enough to reach anything on a
Except
tall
Dwight.
cover.
So
But they're just
the
like
fish guts-
shaking and nodding politely, not knowing what to do.
the fish guts are not phased by this because this is like what they would imagine they would do if they were rich.
Yeah, that sounds right.
You're like, yeah, no, like their imagination or ideas of what it means to be rich is like cartoon level. So they're just like, yeah, no, this tracks. Yeah, no, I would
And-
set up pyrotechnics to go off wherever I went if I had that money.
And Rhodes, which sibling was it who was covered in the most blood?
That's Arabella, the middle sister.
Arabella.
The one thing I was gonna say is if I'm near the blood thing, I would be like, oh, that's deer. Oh, you found? Did you happen to pick up that deer and bring it with? Because that fell off the truck.
That's how that deer got there? Oh
Well,
my
yeah, we're
god,
bringing
that
it for the
poor
party.
animal.
So like, if you brought it, that'd be right good of you.
No, we
That
didn't bring
is that a
it.
no? Is that a no on the? Oh, okay, I
That's
see.
a no. Why
As
would you?
as you're having this conversation, Arabella just, but probably much to her surprise, without a sound, a figure tall and lithe, probably about 6'4", but like wire thin, approaches behind you and just sort of, is that blood covering you? Interesting.
Uh, yes, there was a dead deer, and she like looks at the Fish
And,
Guts clan on our way up.
Really, the true tragedy is that one of the points broke off, and that just ruins a perfectly good set of antlers.
and, and as this figure steps up behind Arabella, Tim is it Tim in the lead right now?
Yes, Tim's.
Tim, the figure looks down at Tim and sort of smiles, and you see like just very sharp, pointed teeth. Not like too much so, but like just like a little alarming.
Yeah.
And they look down at what Tim is carrying, and they immediately just recoil. Oh, and how could you bring such filth in here? And they're very clearly looking at the pan you're carrying. Before you can answer, they walk away. Oh, unbelievable!
That was done strange. Why would they frown against the traditional cast iron?
And eventually, as this is happening, Aldous is trying to push. Like, there's a few guests who like have grabbed Aldous' attention or asking questions. So, just a moment, please. And he comes back. I'm sorry. We should have gone around. Here, this way. And he leads you all. He sort of pushes you all into another hallway, and then through this saloon-style door into this lavish kitchen. And it's large, but not quite large enough for everybody to stand in it comfortably at once. There's a big island in the middle, so you all sort of file in around the side. And he pushes through, and he opens another door, and he pushes through there, and there's this pantry that he leads a few people through, and it's this just colossal pantry. It is probably 20 feet tall. It's got one of those library ladders in it that just goes all the way around the room. There's a couple of small doors littered like against the wall in a few places. Maybe they lead to like ice boxes or something. It's hard to tell without getting through there. But he's pushing you all through the pantry into another kitchen. And he says, oh yeah, here's the main kitchen, and there's another one here. There's a few more supplies here. And he's pointing out just like rapid fire, just pointing out there's a stove over there. Watch out for that one. This over here, there's in that cabinet there. And he's just like naming off things just like at rapid speed. Too fast to even catch everything as he rushes you through the first kitchen, the second kitchen, the third kitchen, the fourth kitchen, and back into the first kitchen.
Before we continue, we did get a $35 donation from Sam. And Sam says, advantage to everyone, and something bad happens when the DM wants it to. And now she's going to go take a nap.
Fair enough. Thank you, Sam. I will use this power wisely. as you are all rushed through these kitchens and just through the doors and everything, he lays out, pantry, fridge, icebox. There's some. You'll figure it out. And he just there's a few things that he just there's a door there that'll take you to the. And he names off certain things that are like he sounds like they sound like they're ingredients, but they don't sound like anything familiar to you. Like there's some sort of exotic ingredients, and he's just like naming off things left and right. And you look around and there's just pots and pans and whisks and spatulas and things hanging off the walls, and there are even you look up and he opens a cabinet to show you some things, and a gem encrusted whisk falls out and hits the ground before he picks it up and throws it back in the cabinet and closes the cabinet, and then the cabinet opens and the whisk falls out again, and he's fine. Leaves it on the floor before he walks away. And on this central, he finally brings you all back around to this island. He does a full circle of this 4-kitchen layout, and then brings you all around the island that is cleared off. This is big butcher block cabinet, or butcher block island. It doesn't have anything on it right now. It's cleared off except for a Rolodex in the center. And he pulls up the Rolodex and he slides it over to himself. He says, all right, for this, we have the guests are expecting an 8-course meal. I have everything laid out for you here. Now, there are recipes here. You're welcome to pick and choose at your leisure. You will pick each course here. There is a course list somewhere. Hold, please. I'll be right back. And he just dashes off into the hallway again, leaving you all in this colossal circular kitchen area with, again, doors between each. There's a few pantries that sort of come off the side. It looks like one of the larger pantries is actually the space between all 4 kitchens, and that's the one that has the big library ladder that goes between it, and you just sort of go around, and so each kitchen has a way into that pantry as you go around.
Tim has never heard someone say hold, so he immediately, when they're like, hold please, he's like, and he just picks up the closest object and holds it.
There's just a pot next to you on a stove, and it is this big copper pot, like a big Dutch oven, and you pick it up and just hold it in your hands. It's quite heavy, but you're just holding a copper pot now.
Ooh, this pot's got some heft. I like it.
Jeeves immediately starts thumbing through the Rolodex, particularly looking to see how the Rolodex is organized. And
Sure.
if it is looking for any recipes that would be a reasonable first course.
Right on. And I'll try that just a second. And what Keeblers are they doing anything in this moment?
Mirabella is, yes, we got a 5-second quick rundown of the 4 kitchens, but Mirabella is actually going to go take a deeper look. If there's a stand mixer, she wants to see what kind of stand mixer that she's working with. She's gonna go check the oven and see, does it actually have an oven thermometer in there, because you can't trust what setting you put it on. You need an oven thermometer in there to know, because you have to bake things at the correct temperature, otherwise everything falls flat. She's just doing a inspection of the whole area.
Sure. So combining those two, then, as Tim is holding the copper pot with the extra heft onto it, as Jeeves starts flipping through the Rolodex, it actually sort of ratchets a little bit. So you flip through one, and then you have to go all the way back around to get back to the thing you were looking at. And you see there's tabs, though. There's separators between different sections. And each of the sections is labeled. As you flip through it real quick, you have one of the tabs says The Welcome Bite, Essence of Element and Season, Duality of the Fae Revelry, Illusions of Indulgence, Fleeting Fancies, Boundaries of Reality, and the Final Revel. And then you just, flipping through there's a few recipes in each section. And as it ratchets. So to get back to the starter stuff, you ratchet it around, and the tabs now say something different. They say appetizers, main course, intermezzo, things like that. And then you flip it around again, trying to find, because you have blank cards. When you flip it around this time, the cards are blank, but then you flip it again, and you're back to the Welcome Bite. And these cards are listed, and you can just taking a quick glance at them. You see you've got 3 recipes laid out for you, as well as a separate card that is covered in drink pairings. And the 3 recipes, just quick glance at the titles, you see Shimmering Starlight Crisp, Whispering Wildflower Puffs, and Moonlit Dewdrop Spheres. As you're looking through this Rolodex and trying to figure out why does it ratchet? What happened? Did I only flip through half of it? Like, it's a very sort of weird system you've got going on. As Mirabella is digging through the cabinet, you find so many fantastic cooking tools, spatulas and whisks and mixers and all this, but you also find so many things that don't make any sense. They do not look like any cooking utensils you have ever seen in your life. They look like AI generated cooking utensils. They look like the essence of a cooking utensil, but not the actual function of one. So you pull out something, it kind of looks like a whisk, but it has tines on it. For example, like, what would you even use this for? And like, put it back in a drawer. You open up the oven at one point just to see, does it have an oven thermometer? And as you do so, a puff of air comes out from the oven, and you hear like strange whispered voices coming through it, almost like maybe there's like a hole in the wall, and maybe you're just like hearing some of the guests. It's a little disconcerting, but it's a big palatial old building. Something weird is happening here. There's no knobs on this oven, which is unhelpful. It does not have timers. It doesn't have any of that on it. And most notably, probably, it looks old. It looks like a very old stove and oven. But most notably, probably, if you're familiar with old stoves and ovens, it is not iron. It is copper and lacquer, or not lacquer. Wow, I can't think of the word. Tile and things like that. It is other materials than you'd expect, like a big cast iron stove, one of those old. It looks kind of like that, except it is copper and steel. And just
Wow.
it looks very fancy, but also very weird. It's one of those times, you think like, I know how to cook, and then you walk into one of those like super fancy people's houses, and you're like, I don't know what any of these things do. It feels very much like that, even though you are classically French trained.
This is very vintage, and I respect that. Mm-hmm.
There was also no. You look around for a second on the oven, just as an example here. There's no like knob for the gas. There's nothing to adjust. It's confusing. There's nothing here, like everything you would expect to find here to adjust temperature is not there. It also it's not a wood stove either. You can tell it doesn't have like the space for wood or anything like that. It's a very weird stove. Like, is it a touch screen maybe? It's hard to tell. It's very odd. It's it's one of those smart fridges when you walk up and it goes, hello.
Oh, yeah.
So as you're all kind of taking this in and wandering the kitchens, sort of taking it, trying to understand everything, each kitchen is laid out pretty similarly. They all have ovens and stoves. They all have all of the cabinets filled with all the tools and utensils you could ever imagine, and hundreds that you could never dream of. Some of the things are like gold and silver and jewel encrusted. You've got a spatula that you're like opening up a drawer. It's got like a ruby the size of your fist as the pommel of a spatula. It's probably not real, right? Close the drawer and move on.
Right? It's not real, right?
Once again, what I, as a rich man, would buy, so this all checks out.
It is very much the person who doesn't know necessarily what a kitchen is, who won $1 billion to spend on a kitchen, might throw in a kitchen. It has that sort of garish appearance to it. But it
is just a cartoon rich person's kitchen.
Yes, exactly. And I will say, color scheme wise, 2 of the kitchens are very vibrant and bright and gold, and the lights and the colors and all of that. And 2 of the kitchens are muted and dull, and they have soft light in them. It's like a moonlight kind of feel. You can see clearly, and that's not a problem, but it is definitely softer and easier on the eyes versus you walk through, you go light, dark, light, dark, light, dark, and you could get a migraine if you ran through this place fast enough. So, Jeeves, as you flip, go ahead.
Oh no, sorry, go ahead. I didn't. I was just gonna say, like, after a couple minutes, Tim's not completely stupid. After some context clues, of which nobody else is holding something, that he would understand that, okay, hold please does not mean hold something. And then he would probably similar way, but probably much more rudimentary than the rest. They'd be like, all right, there's a kitchen. I was like, where's the salt? Where's the pepper? And like, I would get my bearings of the kitchen along
Sure.
with the
Yeah,
others.
yeah.
So like, I'm like 3 minutes behind everyone else.
Everybody, and 3 minutes is a good timeline. Like Aldous walked away and said he was going to get the list of courses and has not returned yet. As you're going through these kitchens, after about 3-4 minutes, you can hear guests arriving in the other room. The talking gets a little bit louder. You can kind of hear, and suddenly you see Aldous just walk past the door. You can just see him like through that saloon door, like the window in there, the kitchen door, and he walks past it. And then there's a pause for a second, and then you kind of like leans back through. What are you doing? Are you the caterers? Are you not? Have you not started? The guests are arriving. Why have you not started yet?
We were waiting for you. You said you were going to bring us the menu.
The course is all right here. And he opens a cabinet and he pulls down there's a paper just pinned there. And he just pulls it down. He hands it to you. The courses are right here. What do you mean? The recipes are right there. Choose the best recipes. You've got drink pairings as necessary. The ingredients are all here. Go get started.
Jeeves will immediately grab the list, and after looking at it, he tears it into thirds, keeps 1/3, and hands the other 2 pieces to Tim and Arabella.
I will say for
excuse me, I'm Mirabella.
Whatever.
For reference on anybody who feels like their character would be very perceptive of these things. So I feel like Jeeves is probably the one who would be the most perceptive of this whole group of people. Keep an eye on people's needs and make that's your job. The Aldous very much looks the same, but there is it looks like almost like he's changed his coat. The pattern is reversed. And as he hands you this recipe, and he's just gruffly, he's like, unbelievable. There's the courses. You've got the recipes. Flip through the Rolodex. You've got what you need. Get started. And he storms off, very upset.
I'm guessing he's twins.
Nope, I am not. Once again, while I notice all of that, I'm like, he's rich enough. He doesn't need to remember shit. Like,
Tim's just like, that's fine. I wouldn't remember shit if I was rich either.
yeah.
Who needs? I have people for
everybody born in. You think everybody born in multiple just looks alike? 5 identical people are just like glaring at Jeeves like. At the same time, like truthfully saying, that's rude.
I'm searching through the spices. I see a weird can of like red sticks. I throw that away.
There's all sorts of weird stuff. Like there's spices in like different languages that are labeled. You've got some that are labeled in English and some that are just like labeled in what you could assume like if anybody would recognize. You got some that are like labeled in Thai or in Indonesia. There's some that are like labeled in just like there's no rhyme or reason to anything. Half of the ingredients don't look like anything you recognize. You pull down like I know Mirabelle, you said, Mirabelle, you said you were going through like getting the hang of things in the pantry. You pull down this one jar that's a little bit high up and it's sealed and closed and it's sort of unlabeled. You just pop the lid for just a second to like take a peek inside. It appears to be a bunch of dried beetles. Close it, put it back up there.
That I've heard people say that that's the way of the future. So they're just very ahead of the times.
Yeah.
I'm just looking for salt, pepper, and garlic. I assume, in fact, this is a little joke. Like, there's a jug of red sticks that I just throw away, and that is, in reality, is like $500 worth of saffron. That I just huck because I'm like, I don't know what the fuck this is.
Where's the salt? Where's the garlic salt? I need. We're Chestershire. I'm with you. And butter.
Where's the butter shelf?
Crisco, where's the Crisco?
So
while this is happening, Jeeves is just like he got this recipe list now. So he starts
This
just
is
tearing
independent
it
of any
apart.
recipe.
Yeah.
And it's not a recipe list. So what he gave you is the course list. So this is just what courses go when. And as you look at the Rolodex, you realize they sort of coincide. So you've got these courses go in this order, and there's just a small, like, one line of what is expected for this course. So, for example, the first one on the list is the Welcome Bite, a playful amuse-bouche and drink combination that introduces the guests to the meal, offering the first taste of ingredients and beverages. And so it's just very short sentences like that. It's just to give you an idea of what they're expecting in each course.
Okay.
And then on the Rolodex, you see there are tabs that separate each area. And for example, the first one on your list, you look at the Welcome Bite, and you look at the Rolodex, and there is, in fact, a tab for the Welcome Bite. Once you rotate it all the way back around again, three times this time, you get back to the Welcome Bite. And on that one, you do see there are 3 recipe cards and a couple of cards with drink pairing options.
Mirabella sees like what the courses are called and like a very hoity-toity descriptions there. She's like, oh, this seems like how they refer to things when they're having parties in France. So I think this is going to be a great party.
Yeah, it must be like a themed party or something of that nature.
It's very high class. You don't just have an appetizer. No.
So as Jeeves is flipping through the Rolodex, since you're the first one who's figured out that this thing is odd and are starting to try and match your courses to whatever is printed there, you have 3 recipe options for the Welcome Bite, which is your first course. It should be quick. Again, you're right. It should be a quick, small bites and a drink. That's kind of what you're expecting for an an appetizer course. Everybody's arriving. This is sort of hors d'oeuvre hour kind of deal. And you do see the first 3 recipes, or the 3 recipes listed are the Shimmering Starlight Crisp, the Whispering Wildflower Puffs, and the Moonlit Dewdrop Spheres. And digging in a little bit on these cards, on the front of the card side facing you as you flip through these, the recipe card for Shivering Starlight Crisp is the first one. And as you just sort of glance at that and try to take in, what are we expected to do here? Because they haven't brought in any of your ingredients. None of your pastries, anything has been brought in. The squirrels, the rabbits, the boar, nothing. They have not brought in any of the things you brought with you. They instead have these recipe cards and are just expecting you to make do. This is apparent to you now as you start working through what's happening. And the first recipe card, Shimmering Starlight Crisp. The ingredients list is a pinch of shifting stardust, and in parentheses, keep your focus. 1 sentient oven, and in parentheses, it prefers a lullaby. And a breath of night air, in parentheses, caught between twilight and dawn. And in the cooking method, it says, focus on the stardust or it may slip away. And 2, sing to the oven until it hums with contentment. And 3, shape the crisps quickly or they'll drift into the wind. And to serve, let them shimmer until they vanish.
I guess as Jeeves is reading this, like Tim is like, well, what we're making, Fancy Dan?
What are we making, Fancy Dan?
I have no idea, and I give Tim that card.
All right, now you do have 2 other cards you can choose from before you select that card. Do you want to read the other cards?
I don't read the other cards before I just give Tim that one.
That's totally fine. So that's that card there. And as you hand it to Tim, you realize that there's more text on the back of it, which as Tim's reading it, you could probably, read up at it as well. And it says, summary, delicate translucent wafers made from ethereal stardust, which crackle and dissolve into a burst of sweetness as they melt on the tongue. Each crisp gives off a faint glow, shifting between soft pastels like the colors of a twilight sky. Presentation. The crisps float gently above the plates, reflecting the twinkling lights of the dining hall. When touched, they momentarily dim as though absorbing the energy of the guest's hand, and then burst into a faint shimmer when consumed. And that's all the card says.
I can handle the crisp.
All right, so this was written by a crazy person.
No, you don't understand. It's elevated cuisine.
I immediately start looking for potatoes because I'm like, Chris, potatoes.
No, that's not what they mean by crisp. A crisp is like a it's like a cracker. And then they pause and they have just like a moment of ecstasy. Realize what they're about to make.
I know that look
elevated.
of I know that look is staring off in the middle distance. Don't worry. When I know crisp, that's a potato. I know potatoes. Uh, I can cut them real thin. Don't you worry. It will be like a whiff of air.
All right.
uh,
So, with the recipe
Jeeves will
card in
pull.
hand,
Yeah, Jeeves will pull the next card and start reading it.
the next card, there's 3 cards, and then there's drink pairings with this course as well. So I can put these in the chat as well to make it easier to read. Let me do that first, so you can read along and make it a little bit less confusing on your end, at least. It is a long thing that I am copying, so just you don't have to read all of it. Just try and that's Discord wants to put it as an attachment.
Word.
There you go. Discord wants it as an attachment. That's fine.
Oh, yeah, it does that with text thing.
Yeah, it's a very long text thing. So, if there's anything in there that seems like spoilers that I have forgotten to redact, pretend I redacted it.
Got it.
So the second recipe card is Whispering Wildflower Puffs. And knowing now that there is a summary on the backside, you can start there if you wish. The summary is delicate bite-sized pastries filled with the essence of wildflowers. Each puff emits a faint whisper when broken open, speaking in a forgotten fey tongue. The flavor of the puff shifts between sweet nectar and light earthiness, depending on the mood of the eater. And presentation. The puff sits lightly on a bed of petals, and when disturbed, the pastries let out a soft hum or whisper as though sharing ancient secrets. Guests hear faint voices as they bite into them, though no 2 guests ever hear the same words. And on the front side, ingredients: essence of wildflowers, coax it gently while they bloom, petals from flowers that remember secrets, and a riddle-loving oven. Make sure to answer correctly. And the method says coax the flower essence into the dough before the petals close, whisper to the oven until it agrees to bake, and serve while the whispers are still soft and sweet. And the serving instructions just say, let them whisper until the last puff vanishes. And the last card is Moonlit Dewdrop Spheres, which says, small translucent spheres filled with enchanted dew harvested from moonlit petals. Each sphere bursts with a refreshing cool liquid that tastes like a fleeting memory of moonlight and mint. The spheres shimmer faintly, reflecting the phases of the moon, and vanish completely if not eaten within moments of being served. Presentation notes the spheres are served in delicate glass bowls that reflect the moon's phases. As the spheres rest in the bowls, they glow faintly, changing from new moon to full moon as guests reach for them. Each sphere must be consumed quickly, or it will evaporate into thin air, leaving only the faint scent of night-blooming flowers behind. And the ingredients list, as you can read there: dew from moonlit petals, only during the right phase, a pinch of fleeting moonlight, the patience of a still night. And the method: harvest dew from the petals at the moment of moonrise, shape the spheres quickly or they'll vanish with the dawn, and serve before the glow fades into the air. And the serving instructions say, let them shine briefly like a passing memory. And these are the cards you're given. Additionally, there are drink pairings, which is a much longer list. I won't read the whole thing out, but I will read the names of the cocktails that are being offered. Valewood Wine, Petal Prism Tea, Dewdrop Elixir, Luminous Leaf Mead, and Mirthberry Cordial.
I know for a fact that Jeeves is gonna grab that mead.
All right.
And he's gonna grab that one for a drink pairing.
I don't think it's gonna do well as an appetizer, but remind me when we get to dessert, because I've got something brewing pretty special that might be good for dessert. We keep it in the coolant reservoir of our truck. Keep it
I
fresh.
think I can handle the dessert.
No. Yes, the dessert itself, sure, but like the drink pairing with the dessert.
And there was a. So Mike, say again what the two like food items were that were left.
So there's the Shimmering Starlight Crisp, the Whispering Wildflower Puffs, and the Moonlit Dewdrop Spheres.
There was a drink pairing. I can't pull up the chat that you posted.
Valewood Wine, Petal Prism Tea, Dewdrop Elixir, Luminous Leaf Mead, and Mirthberry Cordial.
I'll take the mead and the they're in my brain and then they fall out again.
The crisp crisps, the puffs, or the spheres?
The puff.
The
Because
puffs.
those two were both like flour related. So I'll take those two, thinking that they'll pair nicely together.
All right.
And I'll leave the drops and the and whatever.
The crisps.
I mean the crisps. We've
Yeah.
we've already pulled it out, so might as well.
Yeah, I'll leave the two of you to decide what beverages you want to make.
You only need to prepare one dish and one drink for each course.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
Then do we want to say crisps just because we've already pulled it out, and then and then you can decide whatever drink.
So for this first one, I'm just letting just for out of character reference, letting you guys discuss it a little bit in case you change your mind. But just so you know, whatever card you pick, you pull it out of the Rolodex, and the Rolodex ratchets past the rest of the recipes. So when you do pick one, it's going to, and the rest of them will be gone.
Oh, okay. So crisps.
You don't have to pick crisps. I'm trying to be. I want you to have a chance to see like what the theme is and how this is all working first. But expect that to happen when you're like, oh, the crisps sound good.
I don't know. I feel like narratively, the crisps have been chosen.
Yes.
Even though like of them, I would pick the crisps, but it also just works out of like that's the first one we pulled out, not knowing how the system worked.
Sure. Yeah, so you've got the Shimmering Starlight Crisps, and the ingredients you have for that are a did I give you the sorry, I'm just looking at the recipe card. Okay, yeah, I gave you the shortened version, not the okay, good.
Yeah, you gave summary and presentation.
Perfect. There's also like I have another page of notes for each one of those. So
No dupes.
so the Shimmering Starlight Crisp, you pull that recipe card out to take a look at it and look at the backside, see the summary and everything. And as you reach back for the Rolodex to grab another one to look at it, it shuffles back to the drink pairings. And in the drink pairings, you do have your options: the Luminous Leaf Mead, the Mirthberry Cordial, the Petal Prism Tea, the Dewdrop Elixir, and the Valewood Wine. And since you do have the Shimmering Starlight Crisp in your hand, do you still want to grab the Luminous Leaf Mead, or would you like to grab one of the others? And just to go over them one last time: Valewood Wine, Petal Prism Tea, Dewdrop Elixir, Luminous Leaf Mead, and Mirthberry Cordial.
Do we want to pair the crackers and the wine?
It is a traditional pairing. And they're not crackers. Okay?
Wow, they're chips, potato chips.
Potato chips. Right there.
As you take
we grab the wine.
You grab the wine, and it flips through to the next section, which is a blank card just labeled with the next course. So flipping through there, you've got your recipe cards now. And all you have, again, for the recipe is oh, bless you. You muted in time. I just saw
it. I wasn't fast enough muting my mic.
No, you were. You did mute in time, but I was just saying bless you.
You know, we see you as well as
yeah.
So for and I know we're a little bit behind time, so I'm just going to rush through a little bit behind where I was trying to push this. So I'm going to rush through a little bit. As you pull these cards out and you're reading through them, Aldous comes through into the room again. He's like, I found the course list, and the guests are only just arriving. Everything's fine. No worries at all. You're already preparing.
We figured it out. It's okay.
And he slams it on the counter. He's like, oh, well, that's fine, I guess. All right, then. Hop to it. The guests are already here. There's people waiting. And he starts to turn around before you can say anything. If you want to stop him, you can. But he's just he seems perturbed.
Do you have like us, and Mirabella points to the line of them. Do you also have a multiple?
I have no siblings.
Triplet?
Why would you ask?
Oh.
No. Let me just tell you, I wish I too at one point will be in a place
there was
where
someone that walked by that looked kind of like you, just happens to.
Oh, Aldous. Yes. No, we look nothing alike. What are you talking about?
I just want to say I wish to also to be at a point in my life where I have enough money to own 2 coats for one evening.
You are a strange, fat little man. All right, well, exciting. The guests are here. You are behind already. Isn't that wonderful? Go prepare. I see you grabbed some cards. Oh, the shimmering starlight crisp. A wonderful recipe. Are you prepared to cook? Have you found the oven? Have you already sung the lullaby?
You say this as like
we were getting to that just now.
All right, well, I'll get out of your hair then. And he turns around and just exits the room.
I was gonna say this whole conversation is with Tim has like 4 potatoes in hand and a cut knife.
And as he's exiting the room, he opens the door and says, "Oh, and I almost forgot. You should make sure when you're singing to the oven to sing loudly. That'll definitely help." And he exits the room.
Yeah.
All right, that's weird.
Okay.
All
All
right.
right, I've heard more crazier things about a kitchen. My grand-
Yeah, I guess Jeeves will start working on the wine if the rest of you want to start working on the crisps.
Sure.
Yeah. Mirabelle
So-
will walk over to a stove and start.
yeah, I was gonna
And
say
she doesn't know what to sing.
Tim's gonna do the normal thing, which is preheat the oven. So he's going to do the normal human things, which is like try for dials, try for switches, which obviously are not going to work.
Sure.
They don't.
Um,
There's none of those.
And yeah, as you're like fiddling around with it and you open the door and you swear you hear a voice, "What kind of coat is always when we put it on?"
Nope. And I close the oven again. And then I like there was a moment where Tim is like looking at the oven, looking at the recipe card. And then you see him like just like shrug his shoulders, pull out a flask, take a sip of you don't know what. It smells like gasoline. And then he like goes back and I don't know if you want us to actually sing, but basically he would just start singing "Son of a Bitch" by Nathaniel Rateliff. That's what he knows.
As you're singing and as Mirabella, as you're trying to like find another stove and trying to figure out like what is happening, and Jeeves, you're trying to like find the wine pairings. There's a staircase in the pantry that does go down into what like appears to be a wine cellar. There are other doors in the wine cellar as well. They go off in different directions. One of them looks like an old wooden, steel, not steel. Yeah, it's like it's got the like brass. Wow, I cannot think of the word. Just metal across it to bands. Brass bands holding the door together. And there's another one that is just like this large, gilded, inlaid door. There's just like, there's 4 or 5 doors in this room. As you look around, there's one like behind a giant cask too. But there's also like shelves of wines and other bottles and things. And as Mirabella, as you're trying to figure out how this stuff works, and you see Tim just suddenly start belting out this song to the oven, the door opens again, and Aldous pokes his head in and he goes, "What are you waiting for? Why are you yelling at the riddle stove? What is happening here? You haven't even started preparing? Unbelievable!" Here, and he grabs Mirabella by the hand, and he takes you over to one of the stoves. "Here, sing gently, and to heat it up to the temperature preferred, and just, oh, for the love of God, do not yell at the stove."
Wow.
And
Of course not.
And then he walks over to Tim, and he just sort of like looks down, and I assume Tim still got the cast iron sort of like just attached to his belt or something, just hanging out.
Yeah.
And he starts to approach you, and he sort of like backs up for a second. You do not bring that out to the guests. I promise I am doing you a favor.
No,
And
I'm not going to bring Mima's pan out to the guests.
And if if you've chosen the crisps, then you're looking over here. And he points you into the cabinet, Tim. He takes Mirabella over to a stove, and he tells you, sing gently. And he takes Tim and he drags you over to the pantry. He goes, "There, the wildflowers are through there." And it's this a little door that Tim might fit through if you give him a kick. But he points you in these helpful directions, and he just throws his hands up. He's very rude and off-putting, but he's being very helpful. And then he rushes off and he says, I will stall the guests. Hurry up.
Well, Tim is very confused by the concept that this kitchen has more than one oven.
It has more than one kitchen.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, like I saw the one oven and assumed that was the oven, and it was just a like versatility. Like, oh, if you tell it a riddle, if you answer its riddle or sing to it, it will do that. No, we need separate ovens.
Yeah, no, and he has dragged Mirabella. He's dragged you into one of the darker kitchens, and this is the lullaby oven, of shimmering starlight. Cook it correctly. He's very short with you and perturbed and just kind of rude. But he is helpful.
Yeah. And Mirabella just stands there and she can't think of any other song except for Hot to Go by Chapel Roan. And so he starts singing the most popular song
The lullaby
I
version.
love that.
Tim goes over and I guess stops Arabella because he's like, there's no way I'm gonna fit in there. Do you wanna switch? If this is apparently the singing stove, and that one's not the singing stove, I have put quite a few babies to sleep.
I'm not entirely certain
With
that's the flex
song,
you think it
my
is.
God, with song, guys.
Okay, well, he said to be like, gentle with it. So you really probably want to bring your like feminine energy to this.
I'll be gentle.
You
I'll be
know.
gentle.
As you two are arguing, the stove like rattles a little bit. As your voices get a little bit louder, it rattles a bit.
Okay.
While this is all happening, does Jeeves find the appropriate wine?
Jeeves, go ahead and roll 2d6 for me. I'm giving you an extra d6 because this does seem like Jeeves' area of expertise.
So I'll roll 3.
Just two.
Just
you
two.
get one normally, and I'm adding one
okay.
because this is your.
I got a 5 or a 6.
5 and a 6. So five and 6 are both. A great thing happens. So you in Goblin Quest, now that we're rolling dice, just so you know, all of the dice matter. They all count. If you are rolling 4 dice, for example, and you get a 1 and a 6, wonderful things will happen and horrible things will happen. So you could very easily find the best vintage possible of wine and also trip and fall and bash your knee and like tear down a shelf at the same time. It in Goblin Quest, it all happens simultaneously. So with a 5 and a 6, though, that is 2 glaring successes. You quite easily locate the wine you were looking for, which I believe was the Valewood wine.
Yes.
And you find it. It is a fine bottle. It is actually next to it on the shelf where you find it. There are actually glasses specifically for this wine, and they are these small etched goblets, almost like snifters, very small. Excuse me. And the liquid in the bottle, it's not exactly clear, but it's clear enough to see through, and you can see that as you like shift the bottle to like read the label and make sure it is what it is, it actually seems to glow slightly, sort of like the way that you see like the god rays when you like after it rains and you've got like just sunbeams poking through the clouds, kind of like that. The bottle kind of leaves those sunbeams out as you pull it off the shelf and grab the glasses that go with it.
All right. Then Jeeves will head back up the stairs and then out of the pantry and call out to the other 2 teams and say, all right, how are those crisps coming?
And Mirabella is like climbing into this tiny door. I guess well.
Mirabella, you open this tiny door and it is dark and it looks like there's just a small tunnel, but then it opens up a little bit. When I say tunnel, I just mean it, just like a foot and a half. And then it opens up a little bit into like a cabinet or like a smaller pantry. It's hard to tell. There's another door on the other side that you have to like crawl through to like open. And as you do so, you open that door, and as Jeeves says that, and you answer, and you like move to open the door. You open the door, and like kind of you have to like lower your head to kind of crawl through. It is very uncomfortable, but eventually you get through, and you stand up, and you look around, and suddenly realize you are in what looks to be, well, it can't be. It can't be a starlit field. Clearly, this is some sort of like planetarium that you've wound into. Clearly, wow, rich people, right? Holograms and all of that. But it is this gorgeous
Like a
field
greenhouse or
of
something.
yeah, and it's this gorgeous field of flowers lit by starlight. Those little like these beautiful white blooms of flower that seem to glow slightly in the starlight. And on each of them is you can watch as the starlight sort of comes down again in that sort of god ray sort of that you'd expect, and as it hits these flowers, you can see as the pollen on the flower sort of builds up on each of the buds as they open.
Wow. That's beautiful. Okay. And then it just kind of like wanders around for a moment, confused. It's like, okay, what did we need? Um, Stardust,
Shifting stardust.
shifting stars. How do you? What makes it shifting? And she's just like looking around, trying to understand.
Sure.
The stars are up
And
there. I'm not. I can't get to the stars.
I will say, just for narrative and purposes of the game, go ahead and roll for this. And you did mention that you have a sort of quintuplet ADHD. I will say for this specific challenge, the Stardust. I will reveal the purpose of this momentarily. But go ahead and roll 2d6 and take the lower. Unless you have an argument for why your heirloom or something, some character trait should give you an additional die.
No arguments here. But I managed to roll 2 6s, so
Oh, very good.
yay!
Luckily for you, the stardust used to make these crisps changes form depending on the chef's focus. So if the chef's mind wanders, the stardust may scatter or even solidify it into an unusable mass. But taking it all in and narrowing your focus, you do manage to gather some of the pollen from these flowers, which, as best you can gather, must be the stardust you're looking for. Not an ingredient you're familiar with, but cool.
Okay. And then ADD is not just getting distracted. It's like almost an also now she's in hyper focus mode.
Right.
Just like this is all I am thinking about is this stardust that I have created.
I'll say with 2 6s on disadvantage, absolutely. Your hyper focus kicks in immediately. You're like, this is the coolest shit ever. Don't know how they did it, but wow, what a presentation.
Man, I wonder what happens if you put this inside of like your macarons. What if you could have this as the filling? And like now, like as she like is going back through this door, she's got like recipes with this stardust in her head and just stardust.
And we've got Tim over at the stove or at the oven trying to sing it a lullaby. So, Tim, walk me through why do you think, or how many dice do you think you should roll for this challenge? Is it one is the base, one with disadvantage is if this is really bad and not your area of expertise, but you can also add dice if you feel like maybe your cast iron pan should help, or if your character's specific traits should assist. And other players as well, you each have 2 lucky thumbs. I should have mentioned this earlier. You have 2 lucky thumbs throughout the game. You can give somebody a bonus to their roll, but you only get 2 for the game.
I would say my cast iron pan will come into factor, but not through any active machinations of myself. It's more of it's a heavy pan. I'm tired of it on my hip. I'm in front of an oven, so I simply put it on top of the stovetop before I even start.
You set the pan on the stovetop, and the stove almost recedes a little bit and like tenses for a second as you start to sink. I will say, for the purposes of this, it is you are unknowingly inflicting your will upon it with cold iron.
Yes, and so, but what I think will be the influences. I will first look around to make sure no one's listening. and then I will sing a song that I remember my mother singing before she got fed up with Dad and went away. Um,
Take me home, country road.
is
No.
no, it is actually a sailing song,
Ah,
and it is called it's a lullaby called "Song of the Sea."
okay. All right.
Uh,
So in that case, roll 2d6 then, and yeah, and we'll see how it goes. And again, both dice count. So if you roll a 1 and a 6, you get a really good thing and a really bad thing.
okay, so I rolled a 2 and a 3.
A 2 and a 3. So that is not ideal. I think a 3. I have to. Do you remember off the top of your head, Rose? I think 3 is still bad, but not like
Yeah.
awful.
Yeah.
Uh,
It's just a
Let
like
me look up.
quasi something bad.
so with a
Okay,
2,
it's yeah, something. Sorry, I have the book open from before.
perfect.
It's something bad, but it's not a straight up injury.
Okay. So something bad happens, but it's not a straight up injury. So you do try to sing to the stove to get it prepared for this. And as far as you can tell, the stove, I will say, the stove warms up. It does like gets hot. You can sense the heat there. It seems to be ready. The temperature does seem to be fluctuating quite a bit, but the pan on there and everything. You just keep singing to try and stabilize it. And in that moment, Mirabella comes back out holding this handsfuls of this brilliantly gleaming powder. And beside Tim on the excuse me, beside the stove next to Tim as he sings to the stove, you have what appears to be this fluffy pastry dough that just appears to be in a bowl ready for you.
Oh, I didn't think you could make pastry dough. She'll look at him and be like, "That's not bad consistency. Good job, Tim." And we'll, take the dough out and begin to, what does it say? It said this is made into it. No, wafers made from ethereal stardust. So in her
Mhm.
mind, that means it needs to be like incorporated into the dough.
Yeah, and I will say it
And
is
I'm like,
very small amount of dough, so you are looking to like spread this very thin.
yeah. If she's gonna just start incorporating that in and then like rolling it out and cutting it into not thin crackers, they're crisps.
They're, they're crisps. The as Mirabella starts doing this, Tim, you're continuing to sing your song to the stove. Mirabella, you can tell the stove with the cast iron on it. You can sense like there's this energy in the air that is a bit um, nervous,
I don't
almost.
think I don't think the stove likes the song. The stove really liked Chapel Roan. And like all of a sudden, like she'll start singing like
There's a
there's a
banging on the
song.
wall as you're
Yeah.
talking, Mirabella. There's a banging on the wall. Welcome by out in 2 minutes.
Oh my gosh. And she like takes the tray with the tons of like these thin wafers and opens the stove and like it can tell like the temperature is not right. And puts them in and like starts singing
I
almost
I
like
feel
on
like out of
top of Tim,
annoyance, yes,
HOTTOGO, and like trying to make the stove work.
out of annoyance, Tim would be like, I'm not here for drama, and like will go to leave, but then also take the pan with him because it's Mima's pan. He's
Yeah, of
not
course,
letting it leave out of his sight,
of course.
and but to him it's just I'm just gonna get out of the situation.
So, as Jeeves, I assume Jeeves, you're over here preparing the drink pairings. There are platters laid out all over the place. Yeah, as you come back out of the pantry or the wine cellar, you come back out, and all over this large island in the kitchen you were just in, there are platters laid out, and the glasses that you've pulled out of the pantry. There are similar glasses on every one of these platters. There's probably 10 platters with 5 glasses each, just laid out everywhere.
Yeah, I just start filling glasses.
As you start pouring, they're very small, like I said, very small, like snifter style glasses. They're
Mm-hmm.
very just a little bit in each one. But as you get through like 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, the bottle keeps pouring, but you finally got them all. Don't worry about that. The glasses are all full now. you're never going to be able to carry all of these, but that's okay. One at a time. And you turn around, and as you do so, you almost bump directly into Alderus, who looks at you very annoyed. As are you finally ready? Ugh. And he reaches over and he grabs 2, 3, 4 of the platters and begins to walk out.
There's no pastries on those.
Bring them. And Jeeves, being very observant as you are, he grabbed. You count. He grabbed 4 platters. How did he grab 4 platters? And then Mirabella comes back in, and Tim, and they've got the pastry, and like Mirabella, the stove or the oven now is smoking just a little bit, and these glittering like smoke, this ethereal steam almost that is just a little bit more accurate than you'd like for pastries, but the pastries appear done. And as you pull them out, they are cracked. The presentation is not up to your standards, but it'll have to do. As you hear Alderus in the other room go, bring the pastries.
Can I take the family heirloom, the elixir,
Mhm.
and just on top of each cracker, just a little bit of this extra special family elixir?
Absolutely. I will say for the serving challenge, then I will add 1 to that. And since you are all helping, I will say as we move on to like serving these dishes to everybody, let's have everybody roll 1 die, and you can roll 2.
Hoo boy.
Uh-oh.
I got a 5.
You got 5. Okay.
Despite being the least suited for it, I got a 6.
Right on. And Mirabelle?
3 and a 5.
A 3 to 5. Okay, so something bad but not an injury, and something good. So the pastry puffs are a little burnt. You managed to, or not burnt, but cracked. It's just not the presentation you're hoping for. A little bit of elixir on there. It'll probably be fine. You plate them all, trying to be delicate as Tim comes barreling through, grabbing trays of stuff. As he barrels past you, kind of like the large belly pushing you out of the way, he very delicately grabs the trays and carries them out so nicely.
Lighter on his feet than I thought.
Lighter, yeah.
I've been at breakfast brunch at hunting season. I know how to pick up some trays.
And Jeeves, as you grab some of you rolled a 6, you said, or 5?
5.
5. So you grab a couple of trays and start carrying them out. The door is propped open for you. Aldous must have propped it open for you. You very easily carry all of your trays out into the main banquet hall now. Again, you passed through this hall just a little bit ago, where there were just a few guests lingering in the corners. Now the guest count is quite a bit larger. There are about 20 guests now. They are elegant and composed. They move with this very fine grace. There's this strange harmony amongst them, like a group will move all and like together. Nobody's communicating or talking to each other, but you'll watch as like almost like a wave passes through, and like 4 or 5 people will just switch conversations, and like it almost looks rehearsed in just this like very elegant presentation. There's this strange, delicate resonance. Their gazes are super intense, and the candlelight lighting the hall glows in these strange colors. Like they must have added some copper to that one, so it has this nice blue flame.
Is it like watching a flock of birds or a school of fish move?
Kinda, yeah. It has kind of that same like delicate dance to it. And as you're watching them, a few of them do glance at each of you, and again, holding your gaze quite intently. Some of their eyes seem to glow in this candlelight in a way that is just riveting. But as you pass out glasses, there's a few people who will take glasses from you. They nod their heads in gratefully take a glass off of your trays. You watch as Alderus, just as you enter the room, seems to pass out through one of the other doors with his empty trays, and you can see around the room several guests holding their glasses, swirling them, maybe smelling them, but not many seem to be drinking it. They're more experiencing it. But as you bring out the trays of food, Tim and Mirabella, as you bring out the pastries as well, excuse me, remind me of the rules one more time. I apologize.
I got a 5.
You got a 5. Tim, I think you had a 3. Or no, you had a 6. You had a really good one. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
And then I had 3 and a 5.
3 and a 5.
Despite
That's
my
right.
best efforts, I got a 6.
So, Tim, as you pass out these tasty little pastries, these little crisps, it is remarkable to you as you grab these trays from Mirabella, who's been plating them so nicely. You realize that they are floating slightly above the tray. They are like they follow the tray as you move it around and stuff, but it's almost like that like quantum locking that you could do with super cooled magnets as you're like twisting the tray and like doing it. They just sort of float lightly and just like bounce just ever so slightly above the tray. But as you, Tim and Mirabella, as you are serving guests these, a few of the crisps just you notice as you're handing one to a guest nods for one, and rather than taking it, they seem to wait for you to hand it to them. And there's a slight pause before, sure. And as you go to hand it to them, the crisp shatters in your hand, and it just spreads this glittering dust around the table, the small, standing table that they're standing around, and the tray that you're holding. This doesn't happen for all of them, but a couple of them do this like glitter. Like there's just glitter on everything now as you're trying to serve them, and a couple of the guests get some glitter on them, and they brush it off and sort of move away from you.
And when it happens, she just says, "Opa!"
and
It's on purpose.
So nothing too terrible, but like, oh God, how embarrassing.
I was gonna say, I feel like just with a 6, me noticing or realizing there's a floatiness is where I inadvertently, with my rhythm, just make it so when I move that the trays are rotating on the that the dishes are rotating on the tray itself as I move around, which inadvertently adds to the allure of taking one.
Sure, yeah. Your presentation is quite lovely, despite the your
Despite
gait
the quality of the dish itself, it's like, yeah, no, it's
and the guests. You can hear whispers as the guests comment on like, "Oh, lovely. The stardust is quite nice in this. It does seem a little overbaked, though." And a few notes like that. I know, Mirabella. I'm sorry, your heart. But quickly then, as you're continuing to carry these trays around, a few other what appear to be house servants of some sort come through and grab trays from you. They actually take the trays from you, and one of them goes, "Get back to the kitchen." Uh, and as they're taking these trays, they're quite aggressive almost. They're not hurting you or anything, but they are like rude and aggressive, and they take these trays from you. Go back to the kitchen. And as they stomp away from you, their shoes make this like very, very distinct tapping sound on the floor, like almost like this like nails on wood instead of like shoes. Whatever their shoes must be also made out of tile to make quite that like echoing sound.
Maybe they're also tap dancers or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. It kind of sounds like tap dancing almost as they walk away, and it's there's 6 or 7 of them as they come through and they take trays from you. They're carrying out more trays of the things you already served, and they push you off to the kitchen. And as they do so, Aldous walks out again and he says, "Oh, lovely, you did in fact make it. I see some of them exploded in stardust on the guests." Lovely. Okay, next, moving on. Have you tried any? Tim, did you get the stardust? Did you actually made it through the door?
no, I did not. I helped start the oven because Tim's not fitting through that door.
You didn't even try. Ugh. And he sort of rolls his eyes. Damn it. But anyways, on to the next one. And he goes over to the Rolodex and he spins it all the way back around, losing your place, and then wanders off again. And you see as he grabs a couple of trays too. And Jeeves, this time he walks past you very closely, and you could swear on that like last corner of your eye glance that you watch his right arm extend and grab a tray, and then watch again as a right arm extends and grabs another tray before he wanders out of the room out of sight.
Perfect.
No, I don't know what you y'all in your Spence would might call, but Tim will call that a dick move.
Yeah. All right. Actually, before we start on the next course, do
Sure.
we mind taking a tight 5? Take a quick
Sure.
bio break.
Absolutely. And just to set the scene a little bit, the guests they have been served. They're the other servants are helping with that. You are rushed to the kitchen. He spins the Rolodex just to mess up. You're gonna have to spin it back around a couple times to get back to what you're looking for. The next course is labeled the essence of element and season.
All right.
So we'll take a short break and we will come back for the essence of element and season.
All right. Yeah, stay tuned, everybody. We
All right.
will be back in just a few minutes.
Mac and cheese. Hold on.
And we're back.
Hooray!
Hurry up and shove that mac and cheese in your face.
It's the good Costco mac and cheese. I don't want to.
Ooh, Costco
like
mac and
that.
cheese.
The best
big-
kind of mac and cheese is off-screen mac and cheese.
Yeah.
Hell yeah! Here, I can store it into my microphone.
The rest of this one shot is ASMR mac and cheese one shot.
Yeah.
It's fairy mac and cheese.
All right.
All right. Any announcements before I just start narrating things?
No, let's get back into it.
All right. As Aldous and the other servants push you through the door and into the kitchen, you notice immediately, upon crossing the threshold into the kitchen, Aldous coming in behind you. You turn around and you see he seems to be wearing maybe a hat or maybe like a headband or some sort. It looks almost like just like a jester's cap almost, except curved, sort of like goat horns a little bit. It's strange, but some of the other guests, now that you think about it, were wearing like a couple of we're wearing, like a couple of masks or like a half covering to their face, things like that. Maybe it's just part of the the party atmosphere. Still got the jester, jester accented butler gear on, but you do notice it does seem to be a bit more jester-y.
A bit more pronounced.
A bit more pronounced, yeah. And on the ends of these goat horn headband that he's got, each of the horns curls around, and on the end of them is a small bell.
That's where that bell was coming from.
And he pushes you into the kitchen, and you can hear as his shoes against the kitchen floor now as well sound like almost like tap dance shoes, that loud clacking against the tile. And he rushes you all three into the kitchen again. The rest of your siblings and or compatriots are rushing around the kitchen. They're all being like their servants pushing through, grabbing trays, and everybody else is trying to prepare things and clean stations and like make things ready. And Aldous pushes you all through the kitchen door and he says, "Now you're so behind. There are so many more guests there. We didn't even have enough of the Starlight Crisps for everyone who is here. I can't believe it. This is calamitous." And he pauses for a second, and he breathes quickly now, and he runs over to the Rolodex, and again, across the tile as he runs over to the Rolodex, and he looks at it, and he's, "What is..." Flips it around. "Damn it, Aldous!" And he rotates it 5 or 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times. There it is. All right. And he flips, flip, and he flips it through. He's like, "Here we go. Now the next course. Essence of element and season. This one is simple. There is no drink. Get to it, please. Do you need assistance? Are you incapable?" And
We
he
will
points you to the
make
rest
it
of the
happen.
cards.
We can do it.
Jeeves moves over to the Rolodex to start like looking at the different recipe options and almost like hip checks Aldous out of the way. We will make it happen. Stall them outside.
He with a practiced grace that almost makes you miss it. Like you try to like hip check him, not actually hip check him, but like push him out of the way with your presence. He steps out of the way in such a swift motion that you almost lose your balance leaning into it.
Mhm.
And there's just that as he steps out of the way. And he steps out of the way and just continues walking forward. He says, "You've got a few recipes here," and just ignoring you entirely. He says, "You'll need a few things for any of these. There's a few. Pick your recipe, and I would pick a recipe." And he wanders off into one of the other kitchens and starts yelling at other staff and your other compatriots and things as the singing stove as somebody's over there trying to get the temperature to settle to make another round of the Starlight Crisp. He's like, "It's already too late for that." And he starts like swatting them away.
Hot to go. The stove likes hot to go. You're supposed to be yelling from the other room.
And Aldous just you can't hear him, but maybe Arabella can hear. Hot. The stove should be hot, but it doesn't go anywhere.
Yeah.
I'm just like, "Tobias, just shut your mouth. Just do us all a favor and shut the fuck up."
And I will say too, Rhodes, a question for the Keeblers. We talked about this a little bit. Is there something to be revealed about the Keeblers that would be hidden initially at the start of this journey. They're all regular people, as far as we can tell.
They are, as far as anybody can tell, regular people. But you'll notice that all of them, even though they're working in a kitchen right now and it's not really up to code, all of them make sure that like their ears are fully covered by their hair or the hat that they're wearing or something like that. Like some of them don't have their hair up. But other than that, they look like relatively normal. It's fine.
Fair enough. As we move into the second course, it may become relevant. Anyways, second course, looking at the recipes. I have shared the recipe cards in our chat. Feel free to take a look at them. I'm going to go through them very quickly, just so, again, in the rush of the kitchen to build the scene. There are flame-kissed autumn roots, frost-touched spring greens, and storm-blessed summer fruits. Those are your 3 recipes. They have various ingredients and methods that are just as helpful as the last course. I am happy to read them off. Is there one in particular that calls to you, Jeeves, as there is a huge rush, and I think you are still the one next to the Rolodex?
I think the Storm-Blessed Summer Fruits is the one that calls to me the most. I'm thinking it's a party, people are trying to have a good time, and roots or spring greens is not really the kind of thing I would want to be served. Something a little bit lighter, maybe a little bit more festive in a fruit based thing would be where my heart's at.
All right. So as you reach for this card, Tim and Mirabella, any objections?
I see this and I will just make a noise and throw the potatoes that I have been peeling this entire time. Which, by the way, is a root vegetable. I will throw it in the garbage and then make a noise, but then go forward with whatever I'm set to do.
As you pull the card, the Rolodex, once again, to the next course. The next course is listed as Duality of the Fae, but then that's not relevant right now. Of course not. Instead, as you choose that course, excuse me, as you choose that recipe, sorry, Aldous pushes up behind you again, and as he walks up behind you, the jingling and the clacking, and he says, "Oh, a wonderful choice. Now, you there," and he points at you, Tim, and he sort of takes a step back from you. He looks at you and then takes a step back and is sort of like, well, I hate it, but you are probably best suited for this. Take that abomination, and he points at the pan you're holding, through the door in the pantry to the right, the one marked with the thundercloud. That one there. Yes, that door there. Go through that door and get us a spark of lightning, but don't let it get too wild. Now go, quick!
There is like a half second of eye squinting because he referred to Mima's pan as an abomination. And then I will turn around and go through that door.
And like as you turn, he like pushes himself back against the wall to get out of the way of the pan, to get as far away from that pan as physically possible. And being this close to him, as he does that, you swear for just half a second, you count 4 hands, and then you realize you probably got too far into that moonshine. And it's probably fine. So he pushes you through the door without sort of like a far away push, like go, trying to get you to push through the door.
Real trouble is when they look like they got 6 hands. This is the midway point.
So you grab the card, Jeeves, and reading the full recipe now. You have the summary and presentation first on the back side. The summary says, a vibrant assortment of summer fruits infused with the energy of a brewing storm. The fruits pulse with a faint charge of electricity, giving each bite a burst of tangy, sweet flavor, followed by a subtle crackling sensation on the tongue. The flavors of the fruits shift slightly with each bite, depending on the intensity of the storm within them. And the presentation notes say, the fruits are served in a bowl made of dark storm clouds swirling slowly above the table. Tiny sparks of electricity crackle across the surface of the fruits, casting faint light in the dim hall. The bowl drifts just above the table, moving as if caught in a gentle breeze, reacting to the energy in the room. And the recipe card itself, ingredients-wise, says ripe summer fruits, and in parentheses, gathered in the heart of a brewing storm, a spark of lightning, don't let it get too wild, and a storm cloud bowl. Keep your eye on it or it'll drift away. The method says pluck the fruits at the storm's peak. Too early and they'll be bland, too late and they'll shock you. And Tim, for reference, as you're pushing through the door, Aldous is also relaying this information to you, so you know how to get the fruits, what to do. The instructions may sound like nonsense, but he's just rattling them off at you precisely without even looking at the card. So pluck the fruits at the storm's peak. Too early and they'll be bland, too late and they'll shock you. Plate them carefully in the living cloud bowl. It won't stay still for long. And serve while the storm still crackles in the air. And the serving instructions say, let the fruits pulse with summer's wild energy, a taste of the storm's heart. Aldous, in his brusque, rude, but somehow still the most helpful mood, points you through the door and pushes you through and says, pluck the fruits at the storm's peak. Too early and they'll be bland. Too late and they'll shock you. And then he says, and also, well, grab a spark of lightning while you're there. And he pushes you through the door. And then he slides the ladder over and he grabs Mirabella and he says, and he looks over at Jeeves, looks at either of you. Well, who wants to grab the bowls?
I guess I can get bowls, sir.
All right, up the ladder. And he slides the ladder over, covering the door that Tim just went through. And you climb up it, like he points up, and you can see up like a full story up. You full like 10 steps up this ladder up. There's another door labeled the same. This one, as you climb up to it and approach it, you can feel wind pushing under the door and smell that like ozone smell before a big storm rolls through. Now be careful! Don't forget, keep your eye on them, or they'll drift away. And he turns around and looks at you, Jeeves. He says, all right, now, are you ready to plate these? It'll have to be very precise and very quick. We have no time at all.
Jeeves, despite how he feels about this, because this is a very undignified action, he is going to take like an overpronounced like ready stance, because he doesn't know if like these bowls are gonna get like thrown down to him and he'll have to catch the fruits as they get thrown through the lower door. Like Jeeves is just standing there ready for anything, because at this point literally anything could happen.
All right. And so jumping over to Tim then real quick, Tim, you get pushed through this door and it's just like a moment of like that was rude. And so like there's that moment of like not taking in your surroundings, but just being like pissed off for half a second before you realize you've been pushed into an orchard. It is a wide open orchard. A hurricane, it looks like, is forming above you. If you've ever been in that sort of weather, you can smell the ozone. You can feel the moisture in the air as it swirls around you. You can hear and see the crackling of lightning above you. And fruits all around. As you walk out into the very like center of this large orchard, it extends all around you. These large trees, they're fruit trees. Has Tim ever seen a pomegranate?
No. But he has seen oranges.
They look kind of like red oranges, and if you get close enough and flick them a little bit, they're a little tougher on the rind. If Tim's never seen a pomegranate before, I'm going to say I will say you'll have disadvantage on finding a perfectly ripe one. But you're going to have two challenges this time, Tim. You're going to have one with disadvantage to find some ripe pomegranates or pomegranate adjacent things. And two, your second challenge is going to be to capture the lightning, which with the pan. Because you have the cast iron pan, it's going to be a little bit easier for you in that regard. So given the instructions, and again, just moving things along a little quickly, Aldous gives you a little bit better instructions as the door is closing behind you. He's just sort of like, oh, don't forget, put the pans, take the pan, put the fruits in the pan, and just grab some lightning on them. It'll be fine. And he closes the door. and then you hear the sliding of the ladder in front of the door. If you try to open the door now, it is blocked. So as he pushes you into this orchard, Mirabella, as you are climbing this ladder and pulling up to this door above, you again smell the ozone, feel that wind. Do you open the door and peek inside? I assume.
Oh yeah.
You open the door and walk through, just get your head through to look around. You are on a balcony, this large, beautiful wood balustrade around you, gorgeous carving in the wood. The balustrade around you is probably worth more than your house. It is gorgeous, and then you realize, looking around you, you are in the eye of a hurricane.
Oh my And she wasn't afraid of heights before. She is now.
There is you can almost see, you can almost see no ground below you until the clouds shift and swirl a little bit, and then you can see a faint light down there, and there just seems to be this large orchard below you, probably 500 feet below you.
Okay.
Maybe more.
Bowls. I'm supposed to be getting a cloud bowl. Cloud bowl. So do I just
Jumping
the
the camera
clouds and make a bowl?
Jumping the camera back to Tim. Tim, you are walking through this orchard of pomegranates, and you can hear lightning crackling, and you think you hear a faint shriek for just half a second as lightning crackles, and you can see a shadow of what looks like some sort of balcony, hundreds and hundreds of feet up in the air. But you're looking around for these fruits. There's fruits everywhere, and again, go for it.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is the very first moment that Tim starts to think that this is more than just rich people weirdness, and that something strange might be actually going on. But he saw how much money this was, and he's like, all right, let's get her done. And he is going to do the step one, which is try to find a ripe pomegranate, which okay, Ian himself does not have much experience with pomegranate. Would you say they have more in common with oranges or with pears? Which is basically which one it is. That's what Tim's going to go on in terms of trying to determine.
Sure. Assuming Tim has not seen a pomegranate before, just roll 2d6 and take the lower one, and we'll take it from there.
All right. 2d6. Whoa, that's a 2.
That's a 2. All right. So you digging through the orchard trying to find ripe fruits, you find one that looks a little bit squishier, and you're like, yes, this must be it. And you grab it and twist it to pull it down out of the tree, and something shrieks. And something in the dark flashing of lightning, you can't even quite tell what, something leaps out of the tree and onto you, scratching and clawing and biting and shrieking before it runs off into the distance. And this cacophony of claws and teeth, a striped, toothy, slightly glowing serpentine thing leaps onto you, knocking a few pomegranates loose from the tree onto the ground. But you will take 1 injury here, and for reference, since we finally got one of them, each of your characters gets 2 injuries, and then they are out. And you will have to move on to your next character. So Tim has taken an injury.
Just for clarification, is it 2 injuries total, or is it 3 strikes in or out? Like, 3rd injury knocks him out, or is it the 2nd injury that knocks him out?
The 2nd injury knocks him out.
Okay. More just,
No, good. I was waiting for us to get to 1, so I could. But you guys have been rolling.
This is the first time I've played this system, so I have to ask.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I'm also envisioning a radioactive ferret is what got you.
He grabbed the Jabberwocky by the balls. It was not a good time.
As I land on the ground, I was like, that dog looks sick.
Definitely got rabies. Gotta put her down.
I don't know. sorry, just the random aside. The idea that so many genres have put like the defense against like Cthulhu-esque kind of things is you can be too dumb to be affected. Just
Yeah.
tickles my funny bone the entire time. So yeah, that is my reaction as I'm wheezing on the ground. Is like that dog looks sick.
That dog ain't right. So that's your first challenge. For your second challenge, you have I'm going to pan back up to Mirabella here. Pan. Panning back up to Mirabella. Mirabella, as you step out of this balcony, a new fear of heights unlocked, the storm raging around you, storm clouds whipping past you, just engulf, like you lose sight of the world for moments at a time before the clouds whip past you again, and like you can see, oh right, I'm hundreds and hundreds of feet in the air, and then clouds again, and lightning, and all of this. You're wet, you're cold, it smells like ozone, your hair is standing on end from all of the electricity in the air. And I'm going to go ahead and just use my bad things happen here.
Right.
Tim and Mirabella, in this moment, and I will say Jeeves too, just to keep things fair. Jeeves, as you prepare on the outside for like whatever is about to happen here, you hear the door rattle. Both of these doors rattle and shake as there is just this humongous clap of thunder. As it does so, Tim comes flying back through the door, knocking the ladder off of its track, pushing past you, knocking you to the floor. The cast iron pan with pomegranates smacks you across the head, and Mirabella, you are blinded entirely as a streak of lightning connects with Tim. Poor Tim, recovering from his experience with that dog. Just a bolt of lightning strikes him and goes straight past you, blasting you back with the force through your door as well. And suddenly the three of you are now laying on the floor, smoldering. Poor Tim. Tim is out. Tim is unconscious, or I will feel free to explain it however you wish there. The fruits, though, Tim, go ahead and roll for the fruits. You have advantage because you do have the pan. Well, I guess you don't have advantage, but roll 2 and give me both dice. I can't hear you right
You're
now.
muted.
Still muted.
Nope, we can't hear you.
There it goes. Okay.
There you go. There you
go. For the flash of lightning or for the pomegranates?
For the pomegranates, or not for the like capturing the lightning within the fruits. So you have an extra on this for the pan.
Okay. Yes, you said for the fruits, and I was like, I thought that's what I just rolled and didn't do well on.
Yeah, you're trying to charge the fruits.
Okay. Let's roll 2. Take the highest.
Well, give me both rolls. So.
Oh well, that's almost as good as you can get. That's a 6 and a 5.
Fantastic. So, who's next in your lineup after Tim? Oh boy!
Sorry, just that loaded question. I was just like, wait, all right, who's next? That would be Atticus.
Atticus. So as this explodes, I will say Mirabella and Jeeves, you're both going to take 1 injury here. As this flash of lightning just Mirabella, you're not going to get blasted all the way back through the door, but the door opens, and as you like start to fall through it, the ladder is missing. And you are like clutching the edge of the doorway, blinded, hair just fried as this lightning bolt came so close to you. You are definitely injured, not dead. Tim, however, has been blasted back through this door. His hair is just straight like Einstein, electricity everywhere. The pan that he was holding comes flying through the door. It's got these beautiful clang hits Jeeves in the head as you're standing there waiting to grab something from Mirabella, and there's just this cacophony of storm and wind coming through these open doors now. It is chaos in the pantry, and there is shouting and just confusion everywhere as Atticus comes running into the pantry to figure out, to see what happened to Tim and figure out where's Mimar's pan and all of this stuff.
And I feel like out of all of this, you cannot help but notice, Jeeves, the heft of the pan.
Yeah,
Something good happened to it.
Jeeves tries to pick up the pan, and he goes to pick it up, and he can't at first, misjudging how hefty this pan really is before handing it back to Atticus. And looks back up to Mirabella and says, "Where are the bowls?"
and
Coming,
and I,
coming.
several servants run into the room. They click, 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 click of their shoes as they walk past you. For half a second, Atticus has worked with livestock before, I assume, correct?
Oh, of course. Kids
Atticus,
and otherwise.
as these servants run in and they pick up Tim and he'll be fine, we got it, we'll take care of it, and they like carry Tim off, who may or may not be breathing at this point, but is clearly just like charged with electricity that's just all over him. As they carry him away, Atticus for just a second, like, that's not tap shoes. They got them there. They got hooves. They sound like hooves. And then they're off. And
Just so I can write it down correctly on my sheet, because I printed a physical sheet.
Sure.
What was the exact? Was it the lightning bolt that took out Tim, or was it?
Yes, the lightning bolt took out Tim, but you rolled a 5 and a 6, so you did get the fruits and you did successfully charge them. So you succeeded on the challenge, but because I was given great power, I have decided to rain it down upon you in the most appropriate godlike fashion.
Okay, good to know.
So moving back up to Mirabella then. Mirabella, you are hanging out of this doorway, the storm on one side, the pantry 10 feet or so below you on the other side, no staircase in sight. The storm raging. Some of the clouds actually come into the pantry before like settling against the ceiling and dissipating.
She's just gonna like reach for the clouds and almost gonna like grab them in her hands, like she's gonna like try to form bowls out of them out of the sky itself, and like
Sure. Yeah, one of these
try
clouds
to
floats
chuck
through.
them down.
One of the clouds floats through, and you reach out to grab it, and sure enough, you can sort of shape it in your hands. It crackles a little bit and almost hurts, but not quite. It's just sort of that like a dead battery, like, you're just like pressing a dead battery. It's like that like weird sensation. It's that, and like you're able to shape it. So go ahead and roll. Do you have any justification for an additional D6 for this? You've got your patisserie experience. You've got classically trained. You've made bread bowls before, and you're drawing on that experience.
No, fuck it. Let's just give her a better chance of dying. I mean, of this
Right.
being interesting. Nope.
Jeeves, you watch as Mirabella just reaches up to this cloud and just starts like kneading dough out of a cloud.
I mean, apparently that's what she's doing. I rolled a 6.
Okay, yeah, go ahead. Describe us how you gather these living storm bowls.
Yeah, she just reaches up and again, as if it's dough, and she just grabs it and just like forms and then just yells incoming and then out the open door and drops one and then just like I don't know how this is working, and just keeps coming and just like keeps doing it and really hopes that Jeeves is down there catching these, like he said.
Yeah, Jeeves is like waiting at the bottom of what used to be the ladder. And with Atticus standing next to him, I want to take my wooden spoon and just start scooping these electrified fruits.
And they have popped like popcorn. As you're looking at them now, they have like burst open, and like all of the little pomegranate kernels are just.
Yeah, what I want to do is like catch a bowl with one hand, use my wooden spoon to scoop out some fruit from the pan, put it in the bowl, and then float the bowl to one of the runners that I'm sure are still waiting for this stuff.
Oh, sure, yeah. There's a few of them around. You look over, and one of them has you don't remember seeing him climb, but he or it's hard to tell from this angle and the clothes they're wearing. They are like up 5-6 feet in the air now. They holding on to one of the shelf. Boy, they must be strong. They got one hand on that shelf and they're just grabbing the ladder and trying to like line it up with the tracks again and fix. And there's another one who just sort of like spider climbs up right next to them and starts trying to also like fix things next to them. Almost like they practically took flight and just are working on repairing the ladder structure while the rest of you are working on the dishes.
I yell to them, forget the ladder, get this food out.
One of them grabs a container and chucks it at you. It misses, but they throw something down at you and it clatters across the floor. And another one of the house staff walks up behind you. And you notice for the first time, this one, he's gone all out on this costume, man. He is full on like 7.5 feet tall, it looks like, with these like weird. You ever seen somebody like wear one of those like satyr costumes where it makes them like extra tall because they've got like the long extensions on the legs? He's got like a full on satyr costume going on, waist down. It's very impressive. He takes the first couple of bowls from you and he just walks out towards the guests.
All right. What do you want me to roll for that?
So for plating, you got the spoon, and you did use the spoon, and I will say, give you an extra D6 for that, because you did, in fact, incorporate your heirloom.
All right.
Even if the spoon is less spoon and more stick. Uh-oh.
So I have bad news, and I have really funny bad news.
I love it.
I rolled a 1.
Uh-huh.
But then I rolled another 1.
Oh, no!
Yes.
That is not good.
I told you, it's bad news and then funny bad news.
So backing up a little bit then, Jeeves, you pass off these 2 bowls to one of this satyr costume figure who just takes a couple of the bowls from you and starts carrying them out, sets them on a nice platter that they float gently above, and carries them out. And you shout at these 2 who are fixing the ladder, and as you turn your back to them and you turn around just in time. What takes out Jeeves?
Whatever that bottle or can was that they threw at me. Okay. You said when clattering across the ground? No, it went clattering across his face.
So you turn around just in time to like see this bottle go flying past you, and you're like, oh wow, that could have, like, who hired these people? That could have killed me. And the other people in the kitchen just see as this bottle smacks the edge of the counter, and like a bottle of champagne just right in the back of Jeeves' head, and just tumbling across the floor into the pantry. Jeeves is out and just like groaning on the floor, and a few more staff come in and are like, don't worry, we got it, and they pick him up, and a few of them just like they grab a stretcher and very like Looney Tunes style, a couple more guys in satyr costumes just pick him up and take him off.
It was a jar of pressurized pickles.
There you go. Beamed by a jar of pressurized pickles. All right.
And Jeffrey steps up to take his place.
All right. So with that, we've had 2 successes and 1 failure on this dish. So as you plate the last, or as Jeffrey steps in and starts like plating the last few of these to get ready to go, they hand you each a serving tray, and Aldous behind you, one hand on. Is Mirabella still around, or did we lose Mirabella?
She's still making bowls. No one has told her that there are enough bowls, and so she's still just trying to make bowls and not thinking about the fact that when she stops making bowls, she has to somehow get down from here.
She turns around just in time to see one of these people like repairing the ladder, and he like grabs you by the shoulder and like literally manhandles you onto the ladder. It's like, you gotta go. We're behind schedule. Go. And like, down on the floor, you see Jeeves just clattering across the floor before getting picked up and carried off on a stretcher. Atticus just like, Tim, no! And then Tim getting carried off as well. And like just absolute cacophony happening all around you. and then somebody hands you a platter with a couple of bowls, and Aldous puts a hand on Mirabella's back, he puts a hand on Atticus's back, and he puts a hand on Jeffrey's back, and he says, all right, let's go.
Jeffrey is not observant enough to realize what just happened.
And I would say he puts a hand on each of your backs, and he's holding a platter in the other hand, and then he leads you all out the door. As you all
going out the door, Mirabella just whispers to Jeffrey, the rest. You know, the French kitchens that I worked in were never this chaotic.
Clearly, you've never worked in a kitchen.
Ooh, that's fighting words. So as you get pushed out into the banquet hall again, the crowd has grown even larger. This large crowd has this undeniable presence at this point. There were a few little odds and ends, masks and things. And as you've watched, now you've got serving people in sailor costumes. Aldous has this large horns with bells on the end of them. And all these other guests now, you can see some of them like seem to glow faintly in colors that you can't quite describe. Their clothing just sort of waves and mists and moves in a way that is not natural. Their voices carry this eerie melodic echo through the chamber, and their eyes, as you get close to them, you can see reflections in their eyes of strange landscapes, moonlit forests, starlit skies, dark, endless seas reflected in their eyes. And even when seated, as some guests are around the room, they seem to float gently, and their shadows flicker and warp, appearing as extensions of the surreal atmosphere in the dining room. But none of that matters as Aldous pushes you through and directs you towards different directions to serve various guests. I need everybody to roll one more time for me, and just if serving in this way you feel like you should have any bonus, let me know and add a die.
So Jeffrey's defining feature is that he's a heckler. He backtalks. Sure. Does that grant him a disadvantage die?
That'll probably grant a disadvantage in this circumstance, yes. Although it depends on the guest. So first roll one die just to determine the luck here. And just this won't affect like damage or anything. I just want to know where you're at.
That was a 5.
Okay, all right. So roll 2 dice and just give me both numbers, and I won't tell you if it's disadvantage or if you're getting a bonus.
Do you want me to just roll the second die? Or do you want me to re-roll both?
Re-roll both.
That is a 5 and a 3.
Okay. And for Atticus and Mirabella. Rolling 1 unless you feel like you should roll an extra or roll worse.
I feel like Atticus, because Atticus was very much the voice or face of the party, that he might be a little more smooth talking than that Tim ever was.
He's the car salesman of the family.
He is the one who by no legal means is the lawyer of the group.
Fair enough. If that's his defining feature, then I'd say go ahead and roll 2. And then Mirabella, any bonuses or detriments on your end?
No, she's a little frazzled, but other than that, she's just gonna go out there and
hair is still like charged.
On end, yes, on end.
Technically, Atticus's defining feature is not that he's a smooth talker; it is that he cannot read.
we can retcon that. I think that's fine. I like smooth talking Atticus. I think that's a good. So Mirabella, is that just one die then?
Just one, yeah.
Okay. Tell me what you got. We got a 5 and a 3 for Jeffrey.
Got a 6.
A 6? Wow. Okay.
And I'm worried for the third session now because I'm rolling really well, which means I'm gonna die. It's fine. It's fine.
And what about
Atticus? Got a 4 and a 1.
A 4 and a 1. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
So starting with Jeffrey then. Jeffrey, you got a 5 and a 3, you said?
Yes.
So 3 is kind of bad, but like not an injury, and a 5 would be good. So in that sense, and you rolled a 6 on your, or you rolled a 6 on who you're approaching here.
I rolled a 5 on who I was approaching.
A 5. Cool. In that case, then, excellent. You approach this gentle person with these piercing gray eyes and a faint mist that just seems to like cling to them. As you approach, he sort of chuckles dryly at something that they've been talking about, and he sees that you're walking towards him, and there's sort of like a whisper, and then like this like they're clearly making it known that they're talking about you as he sort of just holds your gaze in a like piercing and almost uncomfortable sort of way. As you approach with the tray, though, this gray-skinned, very faintly glowing, almost like a faint moon behind the clouds kind of appearance, you hand the tray, and he takes this from you, and you notice you rolled a 5 and a 3.
Mhm.
So okay, so he takes the dish from you and he tastes it, and he sort of nods in approval and says, a little too sweet, but all in all, for one of your kind, remarkably good.
Well, they are fruits. They're supposed to be sweet.
And he pats you on the shoulder as you say that. Not all fruits. Some fruits are sour. And he taps you on the shoulder. And as you walk away, you may not notice this at first, Jeffrey, but Atticus probably does as he walks past you. You notice as Jeffrey walking away, just sort of at the ends of his fingertips holding the tray, there's just this sort of electricity. Jeffrey, this guest has blessed you with the ability to summon lightning, allowing you to channel small electrical charges to speed up cooking processes.
Excellent.
And remind me, I'm so sorry, Mirabella, you rolled a 1? No, it's 6. You were 6. You were 6. That's right.
Yeah.
And Atticus, you rolled a 2 and a 4?
4 and a 1.
4 and a 1. That's right. Okay, so we'll do Atticus first, and then Mirabella, because yours is easy.
So something good but injury.
Yes, something good but injury. Perfect. You walk over towards one of the guests, and this guest appears to be a bit brighter. Just pale skin with these petal-like patterns in, like, it must be makeup, but it's like, you ever seen somebody do makeup that's like red and blue, so like in different lights it sort of shifts? It kind of looks like that as you're like, as the candlelight shifts, these petal-like patterns seem to just shift all over their skin. She whispers softly to her compatriot that she's talking to. Excuse me. As she takes the dish from you, she bites into it, closes her eyes, takes a long breath, and whispers, "Beautiful." And in that moment, Atticus, you feel this sense of, she says, "Beautiful." And then a zap. There's that just like a little bit too much, like you were tasting something that had a little bit of spice to it, and then you got hit with the chili powder in the back of the throat, and she coughs. oh my. And as she's coughing, you feel like, Atticus, this insult to you, she's not insulted you, you have insulted yourself. This guest has been so displeased, and without realizing it, you have been drained of your spark, leaving you feeling lethargic and unable to harness the energy needed to handle fast-paced or complex tasks. So you will have a difficulty facing those sorts of tasks. Mirabella, on the other hand, you approach one of the guests, and with the same dish, you must have gotten lucky and picked one of the better ones, because the guest that you approach loves it so much that they are just thrilled and they titter and just in glee, and the little lightning sparks out of the corners of their mouth, but they love it. This is clearly somebody who loves that spiciness, and they grant you a burst of summer's energy, giving you enhanced vitality and speed for future preparations.
Can I assume to say this was an injury?
Yes, because you got a 1. So yes, you are injured by this, and you have the injury in your case is this debuff that you have lost your spark.
Okay. feel
And with
like
that,
I
okay.
was just gonna say, I feel like he was prepping some kind of compliment. It's like, oh my dear, you simply loud, and then just stops talking completely.
The heck,
Perfect.
losing the spark of heckle, just it's not even worth it. He's right.
Oh, they'll
With
just say no.
that, Aldous walking past you again. He's just this time instead of dour and rude, walking past you. Oh, wonderful! You're all here again. Now go, go, go back in this way, and he leads you towards a door that is not the door you came through. And in that moment, the door opens, and Aldous, standing there on the other side of the door as well, frowns at you and says, "Excuse me, this is not you." And you turn, and there are two of them.
But did we
I
simply get
Jeffrey
mixed up?
turns to Marabella and says, "I fucking knew it."
I too. I know when there's
I
things
mean,
around.
if
It's
you
like a
got
thing
enough
we all
money, you
multiples
could
just notice
afford.
stuff.
You
Two of
said
them.
I was
And-
racist for thinking they're twins, but there's fucking two of them.
And as soon as Jeffrey says that, Aldous slaps him. And not just slap, but a full four distinct slaps. So, we are not twins. We are unrelated. That blasphemous fool. And like just goes on a tirade for a minute. And he pushes Aldous, the tittering, polite Aldous, pushes him out of the way and drags you all back through the first door again. As he does so, you now see Aldous, both of them, have donned their own satyr costumes and are leading you through this way. And it is becoming more apparent that those horns, maybe it's a head. Who knows? They've got bells on them. They jingles. He's pushing you through the door. One hand on your shoulder, one hand on your shoulder, one hand on your shoulder, and just pushing you through as he has a drink in the other hand, taking a sip. And he pushes you through into the kitchen and says, "Now, just unbelievable how, I tire of that man." And he pushes you back into the kitchen and says, "Now, there's no time. Objections? Any? None? Good. Shut up." And he points to the Rolodex again. He says, "He twisted it again!" And he furiously spins the Rolodex before he gets it back to the correct. Excuse me. I yelled.
Too into it.
Too much. I accidentally copied the wrong name. Sorry. Oh, and the next card, he finally spins it around and he says, Here, the duality of the Fae. Oh, how fitting. And he twists it over to the cards and he pulls out, he's got 3 cards there and he's looking through them and he says, "Quick, now, you," and he points at Mirabella. Twilight Blossom and Midnight Root, Eclipsed Fruit and Shadowed Honey, or Frostfire Pear and Emberdew Sauce. Go, go, go.
The one with the honey. Everybody likes honey.
Honey, great. And he pulls it out in the Rolodex to the next section again, and he hands you the card. And he says, "Now, here." And then the other Aldous comes in the other side. He says, "Yes, now come this way. If you're looking for, which recipe did you choose?" And the other, "Get out! Get out!" And he just screams at him. And you can see as he points with 2 hands, both 2 arms coming out of one elbow, pointing in that direction. He's, "Get out of my kitchen!"
What?
Jeffrey grabs the recipe card and says, "All right, now what fresh hell is this gonna be?"
You read the card and it says Eclipsed Fruit and Shadowed Honey. The ingredients are enchanted fruit. Careful, it changes depending on the light. Honey gathered during an eclipse. Light and shadow must mingle. And moonlight and sunlight for the crystallization. And I will just copy this into the chat real quick so you can read the whole thing. Because I know it is hard to process speaking while also trying to think. The summary is a dish, perfectly ripened fruit encased in a thin, delicate shell of crystallized honey, half of which is infused with golden sunbeams, while the other half is mixed with the darkness of a shadowed eclipse. The golden side of the honey is sweet and light, while the darkened side has a deeper, almost smoky flavor with a lingering bitterness that pairs with the fruit's bright acidity. For the presentation, the fruits are arranged on a plate split down the center by a beam of golden light and a sliver of pure shadow. Each piece of fruit is half covered in golden honey and half in blackened shadowed honey. The 2 halves of the dish react to the guest's proximity. When touched, the golden honey radiates warmth, while the shadowed honey cools the air around it. And the method, which is the important part for you guys, collect honey during an eclipse, wait for the perfect balance of light and shadow. 2, crystallize the honey under the right light. Too much of either burns or ruins the flavor. And 3, slice the fruit carefully. It sweetens in light and sours in shadow. And to serve, let the honey glow and darken with every bite, a reminder of the fleeting balance between light and dark.
And Mirabella's just gonna look at Aldous and just say, and right now she's going extra fast. It's almost as if her enhanced speed is just keeping up with the pace of
And,
her ADHD thoughts. And she's like, where do I go? Where do I go? How do I do this?
and Aldous is in the pantry, and he's got 4 arms reaching up, grabbing things and passing them to you as you're like just ready there. And he's got plates and spices and hints and honey, and there's a door over there that he points to and says you're going to need to go through that one and this one, and he just like shouting directions to you in every which way. Atticus, with your loss of spark, that is a lot. That is a lot happening right now. What is Atticus doing with his lost spark? Mirabella is, like, from your perspective, is just a whiz. She is so fast right now.
I'm going to focus on. Atticus is going to focus on the one word that he could decipher, which was honey. And so he's going to try to get some honey.
Okay. You, as they're talking and Aldous is passing. Sorry, Aldous and Atticus are as Aldous is passing ingredients to Mirabella. One of the arms extends, and now you see there is one arm handing ingredients, spices, and tools to Mirabella, and a third arm extends from the elbow, grabs a door, opens it, and directs you through the door. It says, the bees are through that way. Wait for the eclipse, find totality, then harvest the honey. Can you handle that? And he huffs and walks away. And again, Mirabella just behind him, he's just like throwing things at you with several arms moving simultaneously.
The pile is just bigger and bigger.
Very like Looney Tunes, like, oh god.
Yeah.
And what is Jeffrey during this?
Jeffrey is going to wait for Atticus to get the honey so that it can so that he can start crystallizing it.
Okay. As you're looking around trying to find the, like, how do I crystallize this, the door opens and Aldous peeks in again. You can hear the jingle behind you as the bells on the end of the horns jingle. He says, oh, are you looking for the light? Oh, just that door right over there, just into the other kitchen, and then take a right and through that door, and you'll be right where you need to be.
All right. I am going to I'm going to go through that first door, and I'm going to leave it wide open, and I'm going to prop it open with something.
Okay.
And then I'm going to go through the second door and prop that open.
Okay.
So I have like a clear line of sight down this hallway.
Roll a d6 for me.
Not good. It's a 1.
It's a 1. Okay. You have inadvertently followed the instructions of the polite Aldous. You open the door, prop it open, and walk through to find yourself inside the hive. You are surrounded by bees larger than your head. They are buzzing and flitting and very unhappy. There's honey all around you. And you can hear outside as Atticus is, I guess Atticus, just switching the camera over to Atticus, you're walking up to the door that Rude Aldous has pointed you towards. That is, as you open that door and look through, you can see it is like a greenhouse. It's pretty tight, but you've got several apiaries around all like the bee houses. They're all normal sized, nothing too crazy. They've got little spouts on the back for you to collect honey on them. And you can see above you as you like enter, the light sort of dims, and I'm just gonna say Atticus isn't the brightest. Atticus looks directly at the eclipse for about half a second. Oh! And you realize the eclipse is starting. You do need to wait for the right moment to collect the honey, though. As you're walking past one of the beehives, though, you can hear it buzz and like angrily, like one of these hives is very upset.
I feel like as Atticus goes into this hive, there is a single thing he has learned about bees, and it is that they dance. So he is going he is going to just like, as he comes in, is like going to start just little like chimichangaing down the way.
Okay. All right. So you, Jeffrey, as you step into this hive, again, you open the door into a hive that is just like a 3-story building, maybe taller, just covered in bees and dripping in honey and wax and larva, and just like as you do this, you can kind of just hear like faintly outside over the buzzing, just a and you recognize Atticus's voice.
Jeffrey has just enough time to look up, see all these bees that are bigger than he is because he's very small. And he just says, "Son of a bitch," before he starts getting stung and takes his injury.
Yep. You will take that injury there, and as you do so, through the propped open doors, you can hear. I will say, you only get one injury, but you do see as the tittering, laughing Aldous kicks out one of the supports of the door that you knocked open, and then he sees you looking at him, he's like, "Whoops," and he dips out. Wrong door. And Atticus dancing with the bees. With that, I will say though, Jeffrey, as you come back out through the door now, stung, like I'm imagining stung like somewhere here.
Yeah.
Is that somewhere here? And like as Atticus comes back through the door, anyone that sees Atticus, there's a bee sting that is just like this on his shoulder, clavicle, chest area. That is just it is huge. And your face is like puffed up on this side. You're not allergic to bees, but holy shit, was that a big bee? And
yeah, I mean, bee stings are all relative.
And one of the other house servants will direct you. He's like, and he points over, and you can just see there's this almost looks like one of the hoods for like chemical disposal, and it is split down the middle with like a different it's got like lights and settings and stuff, and he's like, just right over there, right over there,
which is right next to that second door.
Correct, yes, it was like just behind the door. So he directs you to that, so you have found the thing you were looking for. It's just been kind of a pain. Okay. Mirabella, you are getting all of these ingredients thrust upon you, spices and seasonings and things, and Aldous turns to you and is like, and the fruit. And he rushes you through. He says, now here, and he takes all of the things you're holding in these 6 arms, fold out and grab everything and set them on a counter and like put everything neatly, and then the arms all fold back into 2. And says, all right, now you need the enchanted fruit. Now this one's a little bit tough. God, I hate this. And he looks around. He like whips his head around just in time to see the other Aldous go tittering through the door, and you both see Jeffrey come out from this door with just this giant welt on him. He's like, oh my god! Ooh, that's. You didn't hear the buzzing? Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Here, and he drags Mirabella. He drags you over to this little pantry door. It's these little double doors, and they're very tiny. And you open them up, and on the other side is just a tree. Not the whole tree. You're just literally like reaching out from the trunk of a tree into the branches. It's very easy. The enchanted fruit. Now, well, and he pauses for a second. He says, sorry, let me find the right dish. And you can see as the tree shakes in the wind, the shadows and you can see the shadows kind of dance through it, and you can see these shadows have that eclipse shape to them, where you're starting to see the disc of the eclipse. If you've ever seen shadows, eclipse shadows, they have that really cool look to it, and you can just start to see that. And he says, "Oh, good, we're just in time. Now you need to be careful. These fruit, they change their flavor depending on whether they're exposed to light or shadow, and you have to be careful on as you're slicing them as well, because the meat inside is also very sensitive. So now, just Go for it. And he turns around and he starts. It's like, now where did the other one go? And you can just faintly hear below you, just through the door as you're like reaching your arm through. You can hear just below. You can just hear.
But she just sticks both arms through and is just like pulling fruit off the branches of this tree.
All right. So you grab several of the fruit, and he, as he told you, you have to be careful in preparing it. You have to make sure the side touched by light will become too sweet, and the side left in shadow turns sour and slightly bitter. But you do want both of those. So, as Atticus now, so we'll get to the challenges here in just a second. The Atticus, you first now. Atticus is collecting honey. You're doing your little dance. I will say you have lost your spark though. So although everybody can hear that. It just doesn't have the heart in it
Yeah,
so
no, that's fair.
as you're going to collect the honey, I won't give you disadvantage on collecting the honey, but I won't give you advantage either because the bees aren't really feeling it. They can tell that your heart's not in it.
Okay, so I'm just rolling 1d6.
Yeah, unless you think the pan would help or Atticus's heckler-ness would be useful in some way here.
No, at best it would have been just the dancing itself, but because of the spark loss, that has negated what benefit that could be had.
Unfortunately. But yeah, so yeah, D6, get your honey.
Okay, I got a 4.
A 4, okay. So you do manage to get the timing right. Again, you want to get like right at the midpoint of the eclipse. You don't want to wait too long. You'll miss out on the timing that you need for this. And so you do manage to pull some of the honey, and you get a couple of jars, and you get one that is, you can see like as the jars sort of like swirl as you're like pouring the honey into there, you can see almost bands of light and shadow as they sort of swirl together. And each jar that you collect has this sort of dual nature in each jar. And it looks pretty good. Nothing, you don't get any like special bonuses, but you succeed. And yeah, the next challenge being the cutting of the fruit. So moving over to Mirabella, then you go to prepare the fruit. The directions for preparing the fruit were mostly unhelpful. It just says careful, it changes depending on the light, but Alderus has given you a bit more indication here that the flavor changes whether it's exposed to light or shadow. And Jeffrey has already, through injury, discovered the Eclipse Station. So you have a space where you can prepare both the light and shadow side.
Okay. She's gonna go ahead and try to prepare those. My argument is that she is doing this with disadvantage because she's moving too fast to be careful like
Okay.
a dish like this actually calls for and deserves.
Sure, yeah. That was supposed to be a positive thing, but I could definitely see. I appreciate that.
Wonderful. That if we're going with the disadvantages, that it's a 1.
A 1, okay. Without like thinking too much, you've got a lot of utensils and things around here. You like reach over, there's a butcher block here with like knives in it, and you reach over and you grab one and you realize that it's got like this, it's gorgeous. You pull it out and it's like pulling Excalibur from the stone, just like encrusted in jewels and things. And you go to cut the fruit and it cuts through the fruit and the table and into your leg.
That is one sharp knife.
Yeah.
And now the Eclipse table is slightly damaged for your crystallization attempt as the next part of the preparation challenge. But I think that is Mirabella's second injury, I think.
That is her second one.
So how does Mirabella react to...
She shrieks as there's like, and of course she manages to like nick an artery, so she's like shrieking 'cause there's blood everywhere. And Arabella, the second oldest, and always just a little bit jealous that she doesn't get to be the one in control. It's like, oh my gosh, just move out of the way. I can handle it. And basically just pushes her sister to take over the task. And Mirabella
Wow.
just like hobbles,
A couple of
tries to hobble away and mostly just like passes out.
a couple of the servants come through to try and help, and they like slip out in the blood. And they're like, oh god! Ah! And like one of them hits the blood, and you can see like steam rise up a little bit. He's going, ah, ah! And they grab your sister, and like one of them like quickly, wow, why can't I think of the word?
Tourniquet.
Quickly tourniquets the leg, and like another stretcher comes out, and two more satyrs grab her and carry her off into the distance. As Arabella now replaces her at the station. You have the fruits. They are cut in half, and they have separated as needed, but oof. And now, Jeffrey, you are standing at the station watching as Mirabella, at the same station you were about to start working on crystallizing the honey, has
cut it in
herself
half.
and cut the table in half. and now Atticus coming out from the doorway. Carrying the honey. He has these jars of beautiful honey that's like swirled gold and bright, and then like dark and just like this swirling all in one container. Looks like if you stirred it up, you'd get something really cool, but like it's just these two separate bands in one jar.
Also, I would like to
like
say
a peanut butter and jelly in one jar.
I assume that was like if this was a human kitchen, what Arabella would have done was like immaculate.
Go get medical attention and get out of the way.
I'm going to take the honey from Atticus, and I am going to try and set this bowl or platter or plate or whatever the honey is on in the middle of the table, even though it's cut in half. And I'm going to try and use the spoon to just like mix it and just keep everything moving in and out of the light and the shadow.
Okay.
So do I get advantage because I'm using the spoon, or do I get disadvantage because that table is cut in half?
I'll say you get your 2 dice because you're using the spoon. The table cut in half is more of a environmental hazard.
That was a 2 and a 4.
2 and a 4. Okay. So you something good happens, you succeed, but also something bad happens too. Is still an injury. So you do manage to like stir it in the right way. It's not perfect. You get a little too much light, and then you move it to the shadow, and you get a little too much dark. And as you're moving it back and forth, because the table has now separated slightly, you have to like literally pick up the bowl and move it. You slip in Mirabella's pool and fall on the floor and smack your head for one injury there.
Cool.
But you manage to hold the bowl up as you smack the floor and do not spill the ingredients. So successful, but holy chaos, Batman! This adventure is a lot for.
So Jeffrey is moving back and forth. He slips in this pool of blood.
Literally, someone's over here literally trying to mop it under your feet too, and it's just
and that's what trips him. He trips over the mop. The bowl goes up into the air. Fortunately, Alfred catches the bowl, but as Jeffrey lands, cracking the back of his head on this tile floor, that pool of blood gets a little bit bigger. R.I.P. Jeffrey.
The satyr mopping up blood sees this happen and he just it just like screams into it, and it's this. At first, it just sounds like this exasperated sigh, but it just like fades in this. As it looks like the same two satyrs who ran off with Mirabella in the same bloody stretcher are just like and they pick up Jeffrey and carry him away.
And now Alfred's in charge, the tall one.
The tall one. All right. So you finally get this dish prepared. You do crystallize the honey under the right light. It's close. It's not perfect, but it's pretty good. And they grab the dish and take it out. The various staff just grab the plates and start carrying them out. They don't even wait for you to help them serve this time. As they run back in, one of them, excuse me, excuse me. Everybody, roll 1d6 for me.
6.
Nice.
3.
Okay.
2.
2. Oh no. All right. Some of the staff come back. One of them comes back with a tray and asks, who picked the fruit? Who picked the fruit?
My sister picked the fruit.
Oh, it was you then. Oh, wonderful. And he bops you on the head with this spoon he was carrying. And, and in that moment, you feel that it hurts for like half a second, and then it like, I don't understand. It's like a ow, and like almost like I'm trying to think. Oh, it's like almost like they hit a pressure point that like relieves like some of the sinus pressure. That sort of like like ow, oh, actually. And Arabella now has been granted the ability to channel sunlight, allowing her to brighten dishes and add warmth in future preparations. And he pops you on the head and he says, "That is from the guests. They loved it." And he walks away. And then another one comes through, and he's holding one of like a half-eaten platter. He says, "Who gathered this honey?"
Oh, I did. I gathered all that honey.
And he walks over and he sets the platter down, and he undoes his tie. He folds it up a little bit, and it spends like a good 30 seconds doing this without saying a word to you. And then you realize, like, as he pulls it out, it must be extremely starched because it goes, and he whacks you over the head with it. And he says, "That is from one of the guests. They hated it." And a displeased Unseelie guest has stolen the chef's connection to darkness, leaving them unable to work effectively in low light, forcing them to depend on bright, often harsh lighting. So you have difficulty working in the two dark kitchens, but you'll be fine in the brighter kitchens.
Except I won't, because that was my second injury.
Oh, that was oh no. Okay.
so that just kills me.
So he smacks you over the head, and it's not sharp. He's not like he's cutting you in half or anything like that. But it's like this like tie that he pulls off, and then like whang, and he just like batons you over the head. And what does that look like as you've got Mima's pan and you're getting ready for your next thing, and you turn around and this satyr just like spends 30 seconds eyeing you as he slowly pulls off his bow tie and starts messing with it? Like, what does this look like, and who's your next character?
So, in the beginning, it just looks like he's like patiently waiting because he's used to arguments. Because he's the talker of the group. He's used to talking his way. He's like, "All right, what's this rebuttal?" And then the rebuttal is physical violence that he's not prepared for, and that just knocks him the fuck out. Like, if you've ever seen someone who's like on their 11th round, who keeps talking shit and then actually gets bopped in the temple, like he just crumples to the ground. And then
I will say, as part of that, you watch as he crumples to the ground. Anyone watching can see as he crumples to the ground. It's not so much the impact that crumples him as the fact that his shadow has been like absorbed and disappeared, and like his whole body recoils.
So then Cletus comes in, and he's like, "Oh my goodness, Atticus, what is happening? I better step in because obviously he can't complete his duties. As long as there's no lobster involved." As his defining feature is that he is deathly afraid of shellfish.
Oh, good.
I love that. So, moving through a little bit, and just to, in the interest of time, we have about just over an hour left in the session. You go through a couple more courses, and as you the next course is the revelry, which this time is sort of an intermission. Excuse me. And in this course, you're no longer asked to serve, to prepare something. You're just asked to serve, and they hand you some trays and send you out among the guests. And this time, as you enter they move you to the ballroom this time, where guests are. There's some standing tables set up, but there are guests dancing. Excuse me, throughout the crowd and enjoying the music and just sort of experiencing everything. The music is just haunting and beautiful, a little bit cacophonous at times. It sort of waxes and wanes between this bright chaos and these dark calms. And as you start to walk around with these platters, this large crowd gathered now has this undeniable presence. Sorry, excuse me. Each of these characters now around you, because they're no longer they are obviously no longer human entirely. Each of them displays subtle but unmistakable magical traits. Some of their skin shimmers in hues that shift under the candlelight. Others reveal hair that seems to move like living vines. Their laughter echoes and harmonizes each as they're all laughing and talking, as musical as it spreads through the air. There are shadows beneath them that seem to move and swirl independently of the movement of these characters around. One of them even has a shadow reach up onto a pillar and out to grab something off of the tray before retreating back over to them to take the drinks off of your tray. There are some in areas of the room who are floating in the air 20, 30, 40 feet up. The ceiling is taller and higher than the outside of the building ever appeared to be. And at the top, there is this bright, just almost rain cloud that is just barely misting a little bit, with soft lightning dancing through it in time to the music. And some characters you can see dancing out through the clouds. This is unmistakably, at this point, not your crowd. And before you can get too into your own heads about it, Alderus walks up, and this time both of them, as the surly one pushes ahead, the polite and shining and happy one walks forward, and the surly one pushes quickly out from behind a pillar and just very angrily, like, no, not again. We don't have time for this. And you can actually see them now. They have dropped the facade. Let me see. I do have a picture for this. I may have lost it. I did. This is what I get for working on 3 different computers. But I have it here in just a second. Here it is. They have fully dropped the facade now. And, not that channel. It's the Session 3 channel. You can see now as each one, and this image is not perfect, grain of salt on that because, working with the mediums that I have. Here's the better one. Sorry, here's a better one. There we go. Bells on the end of their long, curving horns, their elongated faces and long goat ears sprawled out. They push each other aside. You can see now their not costumes, but their dress is mirrored images of the colors and patterns of one another. Several arms coming out of one elbow on each side as each one of them tries to push and slap and push the other out of the way. They have fully dropped the appearance of normalcy at this point, and fully on hooved legs, they walk out towards you as the surly one pushes the polite one out of the way, and he says, "Now, we are so behind schedule. I have stalled as long as I can. We must move ahead. We are going to have to..." And he pauses for a second, and almost there's that almost sob deep in his chest. "We're going to have to skip the illusions and the fancies." And the other Aldous goes, "Oh no, we're going to have to skip the fancies. Oh dear." And he's just mocking the other one at this point. And there's 2 of them now, both talking to you. I think if this was D&D, I'd say everybody take psychic damage.
I guess Cletus will reach out at this point and be like, if there's any kind of fancy that we can get, just allow me to drain the Coolidge reservoir of our truck. That's going to give us enough moonshine that can make them remember their roots. Because you
You,
know why we started hot rodding cars?
they interrupt you, and both simultaneously are like, "You have the shine of the moon. That could work."
There was like a half-second pause before Cletus goes, "Yes, yes, I do."
The shine,
Because you
the
know,
unseelie do love the shine of the moon, and the seelie do appreciate the light.
I was like, "Do you want to know why we started hot rodding cars? Because we
They
were
both look to
running
each other and have like a puzzled expression for a moment, like hot rodding. I don't know what he's talking about. I'm just having.
because we were running from the cops, and you know why we were running from the cops? Because fuck them." And it was like, "I'll be right back," and then I go out.
One of the Fey guests hears that and perks up. Says, "Oh, is it time for that?" And others just grabs you all into like, "No, no, 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 none of that. That's how we got Peter Pan and all of that problems. Let's go."
But yes, Cletus takes this opportunity to bring out the moonshine that has been stored in our 1974 F-150.
Excellent, excellent. And when you do that, I will ask: is the moonshine your new? Are you? You can't have two bonus things. So, do you leave Mima's iron pan in the truck and take the moonshine instead? I will allow it, but I think that's probably the fair way to handle this.
I think the pan went away with
Atticus. Atticus took the pan, just clutched to his chest as he gets dragged
Correct. Well,
away.
Cletus was not quite as married to the pan as as the older family was. So yes, I feel like the pan has formally gone away, but Cletus knows what he can get away with, and that's the moonshine.
and
And Mirabelle says, she yells like, "You, if you stop by our car, if we don't have to skip courses, we did bring some macarons and things of that nature for people to nibble on as a
and
substitute."
you watch as Aldous snaps, and it's just four snaps, four hands, all on one arm, as several little servants, the satyrs, run up, and again, just all goat. They're fully out of the illusion now. Goat horns, the whole 9 yards. He directs them all to your truck to gather any human food that you may have brought, including probably the deer and squirrel. You weren't terribly specific, and neither is he. So they go and gather all of the things as Cletus is going out to the truck to get the moonshine. You just see, as they pass through the threshold of the house, you watch satyrs walking up to the door, and they walk through the threshold of the house, and they look like normal people again. They've got their shoes and pants and everything, and they grab everything. And one of them alone, this tiny, diminutive, 5 foot nothing, lithe character, grabs the boar or the pig by themselves, hurls it up, and just runs into the house.
Watching all of this happen, Alfred looks to Reginald and Lawrence and says, "After this, no more private parties."
Cletus sees all of this and just goes, "Now that is a tall glass of water there."
And of course, as any Fae would be, to Cletus's benefit, immaculately beautiful, this totally androgynous, unclear, grabs the whole pig and just walks inside.
Yeah, I was gonna say none of that mattered until they two-handed the hog.
The Cletus and Tim had to carry him together.
Yes, no, that's the part what that got. Is like before you had my curiosity, now you have my attention.
And as you're going back in, Cletus, with the moonshine too, you see a couple figures, like short figures in the distance, and you hear this like clang, 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 and you turn around, and there's these. They're not shorter than like would be possible, but they're definitely on like the much shorter end of like average height. these figures, and they've got these red hats on, and they are just like dripping a little bit, not like a lot, but like they're sweating. It's hard to tell. It's dark out. And they've got the deer, and there's just 3 or 4 of them just holding this deer, and they've got these like heavy metal shoes on, and they sort of like whisper to themselves and look over at Cletus, and then they keep walking.
God,
For those unfamiliar with the Fae, these are red caps. They survive by dipping their hats in the blood of their slain foes.
like so.
Mike, it's so much worse than that.
I paraphrase.
Yeah, I was gonna say Ian fully knew what they were. Ian is like, well, those are some weird stuff. But I'm glad they found the deer. I didn't want
Make
that.
Faerun great again. Sorry, that was bad.
But yeah, no, I'll bring it in, and Cletus makes a point of pouring specific amounts into each glass. Because he's like, if you got more than this, you might go blind.
So as you move back into the house, the satyrs are just running through the kitchen now. All of your additional, compatriots and remaining allies or family members are running through. Arabella, given your nature, go ahead and roll me 1d6 as you are leaving or attempting to leave the ballroom. 5. You are spotted by a familiar-looking face, and you can't quite tell for a second. It's sort of like there's so much light and shadow and smoke and flavors and smells, and it's just very disorienting in here. And then their eyes light up, and there's this bright, like literally glowing eyes as they lock eyes with you, like, oh, kin. And there's a moment of panic as you see somewhere off on a far branch, not a direct sibling, but clearly an important person of your lineage comes pushing through the crowd gently, not like, football checking people out of the way, but just like dancing carefully through the crowd, eyes locked on you, and they're like, oh, you decided to show. You're serving? Wonderful. And they tap they pull your hat off and they're like, don't hide these, dear. They're the only thing that matters. And those who are watching can now see, can you describe Arabella's unmasked appearance? Any illusion that Arabella has been putting on as well has been completely dispelled.
Yeah. Arabella still looks mostly the same. The difference is that all of the siblings, all of the sisters have very distinctive pointed ears that they got made fun of for growing up because their grandfather who founded the Keebler line, they don't really know much about him or any of his family. Like, he doesn't talk to them anymore. And so he doesn't really know them, but they just know that like it's a family trait that everybody has these weird pointed ears that most of them like get plastic surgery for later so that they don't get made fun of in life. And so Arabella just steps back and she's like, hi, do I know you?
And this character, again, totally androgynous, massive pointed ears, like full-on night elf from World of Warcraft, eyebrows that go out to here, big hair that sort of just wisps in the lack of breeze, full-on archfey looking character. Oh, you must be Reginald's spawn. I'm just making up character names. Reginald, your grandfather. You must be the spawn of Reginald. Oh, you've been missing for so long. It's good to see you. And she reaches over, or they reach over, and they just grab you by the ears. Not hard, but like they pull, and like putty, your ears are stretched, and like, much better. And in the kitchen, all of your sisters as well, their hats suddenly go, whoop! and then they sort of like, oh, much better. And like, you are just frozen in the presence of this creature as they like, now there, and we'll just one of these and this. And like, suddenly you have taken on a much more Fey-like appearance. You could pass for one of the guests, if not for the blood. and other staff and other people helping in the event. It's still very clearly one of the group of the Keeblers that you came in with, but like somebody has distorted them.
Are you like?
Oh, I'm done
president?
now. You can go. And they just.
Okay, and Arabella just like doesn't know what to do and just retreats back to the kitchens because what just happened? Why do her ears feel weird?
And you go to the kitchen and you see all of your sisters, and they're all like, "Ah!" There's just like this cacophony of like, "Oh my god!" And there's a couple of satyrs in a corner, like, "Yeah, it looks better."
Alfred is just keeping his head down at this point. Like,
yeah, Alfred, I assume now is Rolodex. Is that fair to move? Rolodex. You're just like,
I just want to go home. Reggie was right the whole time. We should have never come here in the first place.
You flip through the Rolodex, and all the rest behind you, skip this, and skip this quote, skip that, skip this illusion, skip this. We'll just go straight to the boundaries of reality. And you flip through and you find the boundaries of reality, and you've got 3 cards. Once again, you have Eternal Echo Eclairs, Shifting Sands Soup, and Reversed Reality Ravioli.
I mean, just me personally, my vote has to be on the ravioli. You don't become a fat kid by not picking the ravioli. That's all I'm saying.
So I'll just read the summary for each one, just so you have like an idea. Just the summary, then we've got the Eternal Echo Eclairs. These eclairs shift flavors with each bite, cycling through tastes that repeat on a loop. Sweet cream, tart berry, dark chocolate, rich coffee. And then sweet cream, tart berry, dark chocolate, rich coffee. Once a flavor is experienced, it can only be tasted again after the full cycle repeats. Each eclair seems to pulse in time, giving the impression it's echoing through flavors endlessly. The Shifting Sand Soup. This soup has layers of colors and flavor that change as the eater stirs it, from bright citrus to savory spice and earthy herbs. The texture shifts from smooth broth to velvety puree, with each layer transforming as if drifting through time and space. If left untouched, the soup begins to swirl and separate on its own. And the Reversed Reality Ravioli. These ravioli taste as though they are being eaten in reverse, starting with the aftertaste, then transitioning to the main flavors before finishing with the initial taste. The filling seems to expand in the mouth, reversing expectations with every bite, and giving a strange backward experience.
I mean, again, you don't become a fat kid by picking not the ravioli.
I mean,
the instinct is for her to want to do eclairs, but she did make eclairs already, and so eclairs are already being served as they're taking the human food out, so it would be kind of boring to just do more eclairs. So she's willing to be flexible.
If it helps Arabella, some of the satyrs are just carrying out the very smushed pastries and stuff, the stuff that you were going to throw out. They have out of character. They have no idea what these things are supposed to look like. So the one that just has like the face imprint of one of the sisters, they're just like, "Oh, neat!" And they take the whole thing out as if it's one like pull apart the monkey bread kind of deal.
They were intending. It's art. It's expression.
And what does Cletus vote for?
Cletus votes for the soup.
Of course it does.
All right. Why don't I roll then? And I will just. Aldous can be the tiebreaker. How about that?
Sure.
Oh boy, it would help if I had any dice out. Where? Oh my god, my desk is a mess. Don't judge me. Pay no attention to the magic cards.
See it looks clean to me.
Oh god, there's so many magic cards. Okay, help me. Google Dice Roller. I have like 1,000. I have probably like 2,000 magic cards out at the moment.
I will say I know when my wallet it will end, and that's June of next year, because that's when the Final Fantasy set is coming out.
Ah, yes.
Oh yeah, I heard about that.
Oh no, they found out my weakness.
All right, so I was doing low versus high, soup versus ravioli, and I rolled a 3. So is the soup okay, or does anyone feel like arguing about the soup?
Soup sounds good.
Soup's on.
Keeps on.
So summary I already read. Layers of color and flavor changes as the eater stirs it. For the presentation, the soup is served in a clear bowl, revealing distinct, colorful layers that appear to be suspended in midair. The colors and flavors gradually shift as guests stir, creating illusion of sand dunes moving in a desert breeze. The recipe card for this: the ingredients are layered soup base. Prepare each flavor separately. Texture enchantment, applied lightly for smooth shifts. And temporal chill and heat, keep temperatures precise. The method is prepare each layer individually, suspending them in time to prevent blending. 2, apply a gentle texture enchantment. Too much and the textures clash. 3, serve with care, maintaining each layer's unique temperature. And the serving instructions are let the sands shift with each stir, a soup that changes with every touch. So for your...
Can anyone do magic? I look at Arabella.
That's fair.
I'm racist, but fine.
It's not racism,
Oh,
it's
no.
just profiling.
Fine.
It may be a distinction without a difference, but it's a distinction that I have to make.
So
I have Grandpa's special elixir. Maybe that'll do the trick.
So your 3 challenges here are suspended layers, shifting textures, and the temporal temperature control. So who would like to try which? We'll just switch
I
going.
will
What you
try.
understand is the difference between a soup and a stew is much less than you think.
I will try the layered soup base.
Okay, so you've got the suspended layers challenge,
Yeah.
and then there is the shifting textures and the temporal temperature control.
I mean, I feel like I got racially profiled and told that I have to do the texture enchantment.
I was gonna say, it feels so southern to have the temperature control of like balancing heat with chill. Like
It does say each layer must be kept at a different temperature, and shifts in temperature can cause the layers to separate or congeal unexpectedly. So it sounds like you'll need to prepare each layer individually and then serve them in each bowl. Like you have to serve each layer before sending the dish out. So you will be in charge. Cletus will be in charge of making sure each layer stays at the correct time and temperature. Arabella will be in charge of the textures. The soup must be enchanted to shift textures in response to touch. If over-enchanted, the textures may clash, creating an unpleasant sensation. And Jeffrey, right? Is it still? Are we still on Jeffrey?
No, it's Alfred.
Alfred. That's right. We killed Jeffrey.
Jeffrey's definitely dead.
Yeah, that's right. Feasting and slipping in the
Yes.
Mirabella. Suspended layers. Each layer of the soup must be crafted separately, then suspended in time to keep them from blending. If the suspension breaks, the layers will mix into a murky, unappetizing mess. So first, then, we need to get the layers going. Excuse me. So, preparing each one separately as if you're preparing several different broths. This may not be Arabella's specialty, but surely you've made different. I've seen pastries and stuff where they've got like different doughs wrapped together, and you can embrace that. It's probably kind of like that, right? Yeah. This one, there's no ingredients to gather. You're looking around. There's not like, where do you get shifting sands? There are clear bowls, though. Somebody's laid out a bunch of bowls for you. You watch as Aldous, goes through a door again, laying out several bowls behind him. And then Aldous comes back in through a door on the other side and switches the bowls out for some copper bowls. And then Aldous comes in the other way and switches them back out for the clear bowls.
Yeah, I mean, I guess are we just making like a bunch of different kinds of soup to make the different layers?
You turn around and several of the like satyrs and stuff are just like rolling their eyes, and like you see as somebody comes out of the pantry and they've got these long almost transparent but shimmering wings on their back as they just sort of like land gently coming out of the pantry. They hand you this large container, and they hand another one to Arabella, and then they fly off into the pantry again and come back with a few more containers. And you see Arabella, these look reminiscent of the other things that Aldous pulled out before, and you realize you've got several different bases here for and looking at the recipe and like looking at it's like it's probably what they mean, and they kind of look like one of them kind of looks like blended butternut squash, and one kind of looks like blended pumpkin, and one looks kind of like blended sweet potatoes. You got these different colors and textures and things. They still need to be prepared, but the staff has been assisting. And as you guys are like trying to figure out what to do, they're already prep cooking behind you.
Yeah, so to get it started, I'm going to just like get all of the different bases separated and prepared so that they can then be enchanted.
One of them hands you, Arabella, they hand you a small shaker and an encrusted filigree whisk. The whisk actually, like the actual structure of the whisk is so thin and fine, it's like spider silk. You can barely see it. But they hand you this shaker, and it looking at it, it's not labeled or anything, but you sort of smell it, and it smells like texture. That doesn't make any sense, but it smells like texture. And they say, "Here, just go." Alfred has laid out the different. What the hell? Ghosts.
It's the satyrs.
It's the satyrs.
Knocking over silverware.
Spooky.
So you've got a bunch of mixing bowls, and he hands you the whisk that you'll need and the texture that you need. And he just says, "Go, prepare, and get the texture right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5." And Aldous right behind him. Again, multiple arms coming out of the elbow, grabbing things off the shelf. No, that's the wrong. Another hand coming out of the other arm, grabs the whisk from you, swaps it for another whisk that looks absolutely identical as far as you can tell. And then he drops the whisk, like it slips out of his hand, and you watch as it hits the ground and spins, and then stops, reverses the whole trajectory back into his hand. He's like, "That's the time whisk," and he throws it back into a cabinet.
All right.
The texture whisk, time whisk. This is the one you need.
What?
So
there's so many things happening.
Just to consolidate the chaos, Arabella is getting the textures correct first. So starting with the textures, then you'll layer them, and or getting the textures right first, then setting the temperature and temporal control, then layering them. So first textures. Arabella, you have the texture whisk and the shaker texture, or the shaker of texture.
Okay. She doesn't know how this enchantment is supposed to work, but she's gonna like take some of
One of the satyrs just looks at you and makes eye contact, just like,
and she's just gonna start whisking, and then just to be on the safe side, she's gonna take some of the of Grandpa's elixir, and she's gonna add a drop into this just to give us a little bit of a boost, and
Sure.
then she's gonna start just whisking. And she's a baker. She can whisk all day long.
Yeah.
You want firm peaks, soft peaks? What kind of peaks you want? She's got this.
And as you're whisking the first one, you look down. You're like, soft peaks, hard peaks. What do you want? And you look down, and for a second, you as you like stir it around and get everything off the sides, you can see as the wind blows sand across the dunes in the bowl. And then you stir it again, and then the wind blows sands across the dunes, and you can see the sand changing texture in the bowl as it goes from as you like add a little bit of texture to it, and it goes from like a very dusty, sandy texture, and it hardens and comes down to a much harder sort of dirt texture as you are literally adding texture and heft to this thing.
Okay, I guess we're going hard now because this is a base layer. Base layer, the base of your cake. You need to have a firm base layer. Okay, and she's just thinking she's trying to get a nice thick base layer. That's all she's thinking about. She's not thinking too much about the sand, just the thickness.
So go ahead and roll. I'll say 2d6 then, because you've got your grandpa's elixir.
That is a 4 and a 1.
4 to 1. So you stir and you start getting the right texture to it, and you go to like you're trying to like, how do I know if this is the right texture? Nothing about this makes any sense. The textures must shift in response to touch. So like you're touching it and trying to like, is that what they mean? What is happening here? And just as you're like trying to understand that, you just out of habit start to like lick it and try to get like some flavor, and the heat of the desert sand burns you, and like without thinking, and you shake the whisk and it just sort of splashes a little bit, and there's just like hot sand flying. And that is your injury. That's your 1. So you do succeed. You get your base layer, but your injury is hot sand.
Hey, and then
So when did she move to the next one?
moves and a little bit less texture this time, and you whisk it, and like you're eventually that first layer that was like hot sand, you added a lot more texture to it to make your firm base layer, and as you're stirring it and everything, it comes down to like you take it from like a beachy sand hot consistency down to a like still hot but like much darker, denser, like soil consistency. And that's a good firm base layer. As Arabella is continuing to work on the layers, you pass the first base layer over to Cletus, who's on the temporal temperature control. This layer she passes over to you has cooled quite considerably. This is the base layer, nice and firm, and you're getting past layer after layer after layer that has different temperatures and different. Like again, you look in the bowl and you're like, wow, that looks just like the Sahara Desert. I can see the winds and everything. Is that a caravan? Nope. Don't think about it. Don't think about it. That's the moonshine, clearly. Temporal temperature control. Each layer must be kept at a different temperature, and shifts in temperature can cause the layers to separate or congeal unexpectedly. How is Cletus going to try and maintain the temperature on each of these several layers that are being passed over to you? There are many tools that exist in our world and don't exist in our world all over the kitchen. Feel free to make things up. And they probably exist.
Part of it sounds like any kind of a dish that has both a hot sauce portion and not hot sauce. It's trying to make those parts coexist. He may not be too familiar with this whole fabric of reality controlling the temporal control of these, but he knows when something should be hot and when something should not be hot.
Fair enough. I will say, you did open an oven earlier, and ovens do maintain temperature, and that oven might be worth trying again.
Well, then again, that was not Cletus. That was...
Sure, the knowledge carries through, though. I will say,
Okay.
for Goblin Quest rules, the knowledge carries over. Everybody communicates as you're going. So you do remember there was an oven that whispered a riddle to you. That was very strange. Aldous will say, like, throughout the night, he points out some of these. And remember earlier on when you first got here and he was pointing out several of the appliances and said things that didn't make any sense, and you're like, fancy rich people things. You do remember that's the oven over there. That's the lullaby oven. It's good for pastries. This one over here, this is the riddle oven. That's good for temporal control. And like, so just for time's sake and everything, there's the oven that tells riddles that you do remember Aldous mentioning was specifically focused on time. There's also a time whisk in the cabinet that you might be able to find again.
All right. If he recalls the time oven,
the temporal oven.
The temporal oven will attempt to utilize that.
All right.
That oven.
Do you have the ability to roll a D100?
I do.
All right. Roll a D100 for me. I have riddles for you.
Glad I'm not doing that one.
I'll have you roll too. It's immersion. What you got?
Second. Sorry. I thought I did, and then what I thought was allowing me to roll.
I can roll it for you if you want me to.
Okay. No, I think I got it. Yeah, I got a 15.
15. You open the oven, and it says, it whispers out from you, a fitting cravat for a poorly chosen suit. Roll a d6. And is this Cletus still?
It is still Cletus.
What is Cletus's deal?
Cletus, he's all right, but the main thing that super affects the kitchen that he's in is the fact that he is deathly afraid of shellfish.
Okay.
Which, when you're in a southern kitchen, affects a lot.
Does Cletus have any experience with the law?
Yeah. I mean, just he's a fish guts after all, so yes.
Okay. You know what? You're right. Fish guts have experience with the law on probably both ends of it, frankly. Given the state of things. Go ahead and roll 2d6.
All right. 2d6. Nice and even above the board. That is a 5 and a 5.
Heck yeah. So Cletus reaching back, like trying to understand what even this oven, first of all, the oven spoke. That's probably not, what the hell is a cravat and a poorly chosen suit? He thinks about it for a second. He's like, man, the only cravat anyone ever told me about was a noose. And as he's having this thought, is like hanging? And the oven immediately comes to life. And for a fitting cravat for a poorly chosen suit. And the answer is death by hanging. The Fae are weird. They are both chaotic good and chaotic evil. So as Cletus is having these thoughts, suddenly the oven comes on as if it can read your mind and understand that you're close enough. So you start placing things on the stove and in the oven to keep them in place and in their correct temperature and time. Moving on to Alfred, then the soup must, or each layer of the soup must be crafted separately, which is what we've done. Then suspended in time, which we've done. And if the suspension breaks, the layers will mix into a murky, unappetizing mess. So now, Alfred, you must take the soup from all of these individual containers and layer it in these glass bowls, glass bowls, as Aldous keep swapping the bowls behind you to confuse you.
I am going to try and find, I don't remember what it is actually called, but my dad owns one. It is a turtle that you put over a glass to make a black and tan.
I don't know what that is.
It is for layering cocktails.
Oh, like the spoon. Yeah, you can use a spoon to do it too. Yeah,
you can use a spoon. My dad owns a turtle that you just set on top of your pint glass.
That is adorable.
I want to find one of those so that I can carefully pour the layers of these soups so that they layer correctly.
I will say, in both the interest and time, and because it's funny, your heirloom is a spoon, however worn down it is, and instead of a turtle, people often use a spoon for this. So if you want to use your spoon to get your extra D6, you can do that, or you can try and find an even more appropriate item in the kitchen. Up to you.
I will try and use my heirloom spoon.
Okay. Roll 2d6.
That is a 4 and a 5.
Heck yeah. All right. So you very carefully, pouring out layer over layer over layer in the bowls, or in the clear bowls, you portion out each base layer, and then you grab the next layer, and Arabella comes like, no, this one. And Cletus is, they're all, Cletus and Arabella trying to like keep things straight as you're like grabbing stuff, and there's just chaos in this kitchen. There's blood on the floor, there's bees, there's a giant bee coming out of the one door that was propped open and nobody ever bothered to close. So somebody's fighting off this bee that's like 6 feet tall in one of the kitchens. It's chaos. And you're trying to layer this thing, somebody bumps into you, you almost beef it for a second, but just thank God the spoon keeps it from separating the layers, and you finally get everything plated out, and they grab the plate, or they grab the bowls and start pulling them out as fast as you can pour the bowls. They start pulling them out and sending them out of the kitchen. Alderus comes through and grabs a few platters with his many arms, grabs several platters of bowls, and points at a few of them and sends them to you all as well, and orders you to grab trays and join him. Everybody grabs trays, grabs bowls, goes out to try and serve some of the guests. They're laid out. They're now in the banquet hall, this long table that stretches back. And in the ballroom before, you saw it was so tall and just cavernously huge. Now this banquet hall, as you step into it, you've walked through here before, but as you step in now, the table extends into the far distance until the person sitting at the very end of the table is like a speck in your sight. And you watch as a satyr walks past you at a brisk pace, but not too quickly, and watch as they seem to like extend in time as they just all the way to the other end before serving the guest at the very end, and then all the way back up to you as if they didn't walk any faster, but suddenly were there and then back. Very disorienting. Anyone who has like motion sickness of any sort, watching that satyr probably makes you want to hurl. But I'm got
deeply
plates.
Unsettled.
Alderus takes out another hand out of each elbow and points in directions for where you should go, and points out guests to you. A couple of you, sending out one of you. He says, "Take that one to Emberlock over there. Take that one to Frostblossom, and over there to Crispwind." And he points you at these various fey creatures. He says, "Be careful with Crispwind. That one, you'll be fine." And he sends you on your way. And so everybody roll for me just your serving challenge, 1d6, unless you have a reason that you should get an extra. I think, Keebler, probably, you have probably an extra one here because you have not accepted exactly, but then had your fey nature thrust upon you.
Okay.
Anyone else, feel free to argue for an extra die or disadvantage if you think that's funny.
I got a 5.
5, all right. Any 6s or 1s?
No, 5 and a 3 over here.
Okay. Everything goes well. People enjoy their dish. You can see them sampling it and like, oh yeah, it's pretty good. Nobody's thrilled by it. You don't get tapped on the shoulder and given a boon or anything like that for this round, but it goes off pretty much without a hitch before. Who wanders to the far end of the table? Who gets sent to the far end of the table?
I guess I could go.
Sure. All right, yeah.
You can both go. That's
whichever one.
But you can both go, and then we'll say Cletus. Cletus is at the close end of the table. Cletus, you watch as the two of them start walking towards the end of the table, and again that same sort of like stretching, almost like spaghettification as they make their way to the far end. It is, from your perspective, deeply unsettling. From the perspective of the people walking to the end of the table, it almost feels like you're on one of those moving walkways. You take a few steps and you have walked like 6 chairs down from where you started. There's like that lurching feeling a little bit. You almost like lose control of the plates. There's definitely some like nausea involved as you're like trying to balance, and every step you take sort of has that like lurching feeling to it as you make your way to the far end of the table. Alderus directs you to who to serve and then sends you back on your way, and you get the same sort of lurching feeling as you head back. And Cletus, you watch as they sort of like stumble back up to you as they're both sort of like, you probably have that like almost like a little bit of shaky feeling if you've ever like been on a ship and like gotten off the ship and like onto land, and they're like, oh. And then Alderus comes out of the, oh, you're done now. Okay, let's go, everybody. Now, you want to come this way for the final revel? We'll go get those dishes prepared. Come on now, we're almost there. And he very happily titters and claps his hands and starts to direct you towards one of the doors on the far side of the room.
Is it the same door that is supposed to lead to the kitchen?
It is not.
Do I know where the kitchen is supposed to be?
I'll say roll 4 because this room has been very distorted and confusing.
Yeah. Can I also roll? But I'm rolling to discern which one of these a-holes I'm talking to right now.
Sure,
I only trust one of them.
go for it.
I rolled a 3 to know where the kitchen was.
Okay, So-
A 6.
a 6. Okay, so 3 is a success-ish. You know, so something you succeed, but also you don't get hurt, but like it's not great. You as you're like Aldous is leading you towards a door, you like pause to look around to try and figure out like which is the right door, and you get that lurching feeling as you take a step and turn your head at the same time, and it's just that like full on vertigo feeling as Alfred just like turns his head, loses sight, and just careens into a pillar. You don't take damage; it's not an injury, but you watch as Aldous just and like walks through the door that he was leading you towards as you faceplant and drop a few bowls on the floor in the process. So no injury, but like
No injury, but embarrassment.
yes, only your pride is
Just your
injured.
pride.
But eventually the other Aldous comes forward. He's if we can just get through this singular meal. And he, once again, a hand on everybody's shoulder at the same time, grabbing you.
So what's the deal with you and the other one?
What do you mean?
Well, there's the other one that you think doesn't
Aldous.
look like you.
Yes, we looked entirely different. What's your point?
What's your deal?
Deal?
Why does one of you keep telling us to do a thing and then the other one tells us to do the opposite thing?
Oh, and he's like dragging you back to the kitchen. And he's like, I'm not really getting the whole life story, but the long and the short of it is, I was born into the unseelie, and I have realigned myself with the seelie. And Aldous was born with the seelie, and has since aligned himself with the unseelie. Hence the irascible nature of his dealings. Yes, we are unrelated though. There's no relation there. I don't understand why you people always assume we look the same. It's entirely different. His hair is white with golden accents. My hair is golden with white accents. It's very clear.
Right.
My
Makes
horns
perfect
spiral.
sense.
And he's like, look, my horns spiral counterclockwise. His spiral clockwise most of the time. And like he just goes on to a tirade of all these things that are like clearly different. Like duh, like they're clearly not the same person. Like he can't believe the utter just blindness of humans. Or
And so
whatever you are.
She's just nodding as one of 5 who spent her entire life trying to argue that she doesn't look exactly like her sister. She's like, okay, buddy, someone's in denial.
He does tell you that they are completely unrelated. They never met before their roles here. Now they serve as maitre d's or as house ministers or house managers of this this gathering, which is held every year as a meeting between the Seelie and the Unseelie Fae as they come together to discuss matters of state between the two realms of the Fae. It's very clear. They often refer to one of them as Twilight and one of them as Dawn. It's duh. It's all very matter of fact and short and curt, but he does give you the gist of it.
I have 4 hands, and he only has 2 hands on each arm.
Well, if you look closely, his finger joints, some of them have 4 and mine have 3. Just all sorts of weird differences that make no difference to anyone unless you're like really telling. Like they are. He tells you they are unrelated. They've never met before. Their roles here in this place, and surely this must be some prank of the Archfey to make others believe that they appear to be the same person, even though they are so clearly different.
Of course.
Makes perfect sense.
My mistake.
He drags you back for the final challenge, the final course of the meal. He says, I know we've had to skip a few steps here, and he's like sweating bullets as he's like, again, wipes one hand, wipes the brow, and then another, and then another, and then another. As he continues, I should share that image in the Twitch chat at some point. But anyways, the last recipes, as he flips through the Rolodex for you, he has Celestial Crown Pavlova. Sorry, I can't speak. Here we go. Celestial Crown Pavlova. The summary for that is: this towering dessert is a meringue pavlova filled with enchanted fruit and creams that sparkle with stardust. With each bite, the fruit releases bright bursts of sweetness and a lingering aftertaste that reflects the eater's mood, allowing each guest to experience their own unique flavor. As the dessert is consumed, stars appear to shimmer around it, casting constellations that shift with the diner's emotions. The next recipe is the Phoenix Fire Sorbet. This sorbet is served alight with a magical fire that doesn't burn but radiates warmth and a fiery spice. Each spoonful offers a burst of intense flavors, spicy, sweet, and tart, that seem to ignite on the tongue, leaving a warm afterglow. As the sorbet is consumed, it gradually transforms into a sweet, smoky vapor that drifts into the air, lingering like a phoenix's last breath. And finally, the Eclipse Chocolate Sphere. This dark chocolate sphere is served as a solid ball, but as it's touched, it begins to melt from the center, revealing layers of rich ganache, tangy fruit, and spiced cream. The flavors grow darker and more intense as the sphere eclipses, culminating in a final bitter cocoa finish that lingers. This chocolate sphere appears to close as it melts, creating the visual effect of a total eclipse. So to reiterate, we've got the Eclipse Chocolate Sphere, the Phoenix Fire Sorbet, and the Celestial Crown Pavlova.
Do you guys have a preference on any of those?
I mean, when I was in France, my meringue did win the class award. I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
That's true. Or as true as far as you know.
You know, when I was in France.
You notice, as you guys are talking about this, you also notice that there is a drink pairings card or two. There are several drinks here. If it makes a difference, here, I will copy these in the chat for your reference. There are a lot of drinks in this option. Aldris has just about overloaded you with options here. It totally wasn't Mike overloading you with options here. But just for reference, there are several drink pairings to go along with it. It did it as a message again, so you have to expand, or as an attachment again, so you have to hit that expand button. But if you want to read through all of them, they're all there. I can quickly go through them, but we can go through the desserts first.
And then as Arabella's saying that, she realizes that making a pavlova is actually extremely difficult, and she is not entirely sure that she trusts the quality of some of the people in this kitchen, not talking about the fish guts clan, but like a pavlova is very delicate and very difficult to make. So she's like, but we don't have to do that one. That's fine.
So are we
will
looking
say,
at this sorbet then?
Cletus, you feel drawn something about this, and you've taken a couple sips, very small sips, because the dosing is important, of your moonshine, and something about this place that you're in. This moonshine has taken on an even more fantastical quality than you're usually used to, and I will say, you feel drawn a bit to things that are of the moon. And here you have both the Celestial Crown Pavlova and the Eclipse Chocolate Sphere. The Phoenix Fire Sorbet also sounds delightful. Just saying, if you, Cletus, are to work on one of the others, I will say that your moonshine, will help you with the other two. That's not to say others won't get more bonuses on the other recipe. Just, I think that makes sense.
Do we want to do the chocolate sphere? And there is a
There's an elixir, an absinthe, a tincture, a draught, a paradox, a euphoria essence, a chaos chalice, an ether wine, an echo elixir, and a blood moon brew.
Do we want to do the chocolate sphere in the dreamscape drought? Finish off the night on a just a moon and sleep, dreamy kind of vibe.
Yeah, and the plums could pair well with the chocolate. That plum flavoring could pair well. Yeah, Yeah, that seems like a good idea to me, Arabella. So.
Aldous comes through as you are having this conversation, rips out the Eclipse Chocolate Sphere card, throws it at you, and says, "Go! No time! The guests are
Right.
already finished!" And you see behind him as one of the guests walks past the door. And again, there's just that like little circular window. And this guest, this is definitely one of the unseelie side of things. As it enters the doorway, you can see as the light dims, and this wide, far too wide for the mouth, the face smile cracks open through this portal, round window in the saloon style door, and these bright, sharp fangs of teeth shine. And as he like sniffs at the window, almost like a raptor in Jurassic Park, and you can hear slightly as the head turns to another, I knew I smelled blood. And then Aldous says, back out, somebody, please, the guests, please, back to the banquet hall. And you see one of the satyrs come in, or like go out and then like come back in. He grabs the mop and bucket that were used to clean up the mess earlier, pulls it out into the hallway, and just absconds with it.
Are you about to feed my sister's blood to that dude?
Aldous behind you, no time, no time. And again, like 6 hands all doing this at once. So the recipe.
Alfred looks to all of that and says, I'm ignoring that, and he grabs the card for the Dreamscape Drought.
Oh, the Dreamscape Drought.
Yeah.
Draft. I don't know how that word's pronounced. So the Eclipse Chocolate Spheres, the ingredients are a dark chocolate shell, crafted to melt in phases, layered ganache and fruit, carefully separated, Eclipse Spotlight Charm to enhance the melting sequence. The method says create each ganache layer carefully to avoid blending, form the sphere to melt in stages, matching the eclipse sequence, and 3, sync the spotlight to the sphere's phases for a dramatic reveal. And to serve, let the flavors unfold in shadow, an eclipse of taste and light for the final course. And you see, as you pick this card, several of the servants running around, again, satyrs and fairies and elves and just goblins. There's a red cap that comes through, clank, 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 like coming back for what looks to be a second mop and bucket that are covered in blood, grabs them, dips his hat in them, puts it back on his head, grabs the mop and bucket and runs off with it. All this just chaos and cacophony. As they're setting up, you turn around and like as you get pushed out of the way and everything, suddenly on the big center cabinet, the big butcher block center island set up are these large plates. Each one of them has what appears to be sort of like a lamp on it almost, and it has this, it glows slightly, and you can see as like you can watch as the light eclipses and then uneclipses, and it just seems to sequence and cycle. It's like, you'll need these. Aldous pushes you and directs you. He into the pantry, says, "Here, you've got this chocolate. This one. Oh God, you picked an easy."
I can handle the shell. I can handle the shell. Don't worry. Don't worry. I've done this before.
All right. So you've got the Eclipse Chocolate Sphere. So we got phase timing, layered ganache and fruit, and spotlight enchantment. So you want to handle the sphere, the chocolate. Who wants to handle the ganache and fruit?
I'll do the ganache and fruit.
Okay. And Cletus is going to handle the spotlight enchantment.
Daddy does.
What could possibly go wrong?
All right. So starting with Arabella then, working on the phase timing. So the sphere must melt in timed phases, revealing each layer as the eclipse progresses. If the timing's off, the flavors may overlap or go out of sequence. And the layered ganache and fruit infusion, each layer must be carefully separated to create distinct tastes. Any blending during preparation could muddy the flavors. This one seems oddly normal, all things considered. As you ruffle through the cabinets, there are just actual fruits, actual like jams and things here for you to actually craft. This is, by all means, by comparison to some of the other dishes, downright relaxing. As you're starting to work on your, as you're on your challenges, some of the serve the staff. They are passing out small glasses, and they pass some out to you as well. It's just a small wine glass, and they're cheersing you. Do you take the glass?
What color is the
Sure.
liquid in it?
Huh?
What color is the liquid in the glass?
It is a mesmerizing indigo liquid with shimmers of silver reminiscent of starlight.
So it's not the blood off the floor. I drink it.
No, it is not the blood off the floor. This is the Dreamscape drop. It is, like I said, a mesmerizing indigo liquid with shimmers of silver reminiscent of starlight. The drink tastes like sweet plums and deep forest herbs with a surreal, almost distant flavor that makes it hard to recall. After drinking, the drinker slips into a waking dream for a minute or two, unable to distinguish the real world from the strange illusions in their mind. They may see extra guests, double visions, or faint echoes of their own movements trailing behind them. So, as you take a sip, as if you were suddenly extremely drunk, you're getting that like trailed vision thing as you start to prepare this course. I will say it's not a disadvantage or anything like that. It's not going to hurt you. This is everybody celebrating that, like, we're almost there.
Almost there.
And so as you start preparing, we're going to, I know we're approaching time here, so everybody starting with your challenges. Let's start with the ganache and fruit layer. That was Alfred?
Yes.
Or did we lose Alfred? Got Alfred. All right. So each layer must be carefully separated. If you have any bonuses that you want to add to this, feel free to let me know. And
I think having double vision on a task like this is definitely a detriment.
Okay. If you want to take that as a detriment and you want to jump into it, go for it.
Detriment is gonna be a 1.
A 1. Okay. So as you are getting the ganache ready, things go poorly. Tell me, how does preparing layered ganache and fruit, how does that go poorly for you?
So I'm trying really hard to keep all of that separate, and because I'm having that like double vision and like blurred vision, I lose track of which bowl on the table is the real bowl, and I accidentally just mix everything together.
Okay. That's fair. I do have, that makes sense. That makes sense to me. So you've got something, you have a filling. It's not going to be great, but the other two of you are too engrossed in your own work to notice how poorly this has gone for Alfred, unfortunately. Arabella, working on the shell. Talk to me about what are you looking for to try and accomplish this magical task?
Okay. So she actually, this is the thing that she actually learned how to do in school. So she walked in very confident, not realizing that taking a sip of that wine was going to F her up that bad. Um, whatever fey constitution she might have in her lineage, she did not inherit. Um,
Okay.
so she is trying to melt all these chocolates at the right pace and the right temperature, and it's probably not going well, as she's trying to like wait and time the melting with the phases that she needs to. And I'm gonna roll this with some disadvantage as
Okay.
her
And
double vision and is feeling like things are kind of slow and moving, like she can't time the phasing correctly because she's looking at this moon, not the other one.
I'd say you have 2d6 because this is like your jam.
Sure.
And if you want disadvantage, you could either do like 1d6 or re-roll the highest. Up to you. I think either one's fair.
I'll reroll the highest. Okay, so that is a 2 and a 3.
A 2 and a 3. Okay, so a 2 is an injury of some sort. A 3 is, you kind of succeed, kind of not. How does Arabella get injured during this process? And is that her second injury?
That is her second. So
Okay.
she manages, with the 3, she manages to get a shell. It is not as structurally sound as she may like. Like there are divots in it where it's not quite as thick, and places where
Sure.
you can definitely see fingerprints. It's not as smooth as it should be. Um, and at one point, as she's kind of going in, trying to like smooth the crease out, um, she reaches over, manages to like trip over her own feet. She doesn't knock the sphere off the table, but manages to that knife block is directly in front of that table, and someone didn't put the knives back correctly, and she basically manages to just like tumble into the knife block on the side.
Okay, so another unfortunate slicing end for one of
Bloody.
the Keeblers. Not dead, but definitely in need of medical attention. The one of the red caps comes back in, and you hear a outside the door. You don't see anything, but then the door kicks open, and there's just this little squat gnome-looking guy with a dripping red cap and large iron shoes that just clank, 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 and he runs over and just starts like dipping his hat in the blood as satyrs are like trying to push him out of the way to rescue your sister, and she's just like
And Arabella steps up and she's like, it's okay. I'll finish it off. We've got this. Just go get help."
uh, and then Cletus working on the spotlight enchantment. There's you're not quite sure how this works. There's a lot of tools and stuff scattered about. Improvisation is the domain of those who work with whatever materials that they have at hand, though. So I believe in Cletus.
Yeah, no, Cletus doesn't have to know what's being made. He only knows what temp he needs to keep it at. So that is the operation he's gonna work on. Is like he doesn't need to know the intricacies of it, but like don't let it go below X, don't let it go above Y. That is the parameters he's used to operating in.
And you've got all of these they look like little almost like a lamp, but on the end of it it's like the moon, and you can see as it like shifts between eclipsed and then full moon and then new moon and then eclipse, and it's just like shifting through these different phases as you go to like try and calibrate each one to produce the temperature that you're looking for.
I feel like although it's one of those things where it inadvertently works effectively for not the right thing. He just reminded of like, oh man, when you got to go hunting, depending on the phase of the moon, that completely changes how you hunt, and that somehow informs him of how he approaches this. Even though, like, if you were a classically trained chef, none of this would apply.
Very much flying by the seat of his pants. He'll know it when he feels it. And I think based on your moonshine heirloom here, I think you get a second die on this. So go for it and tell me how it turns out.
Uh,
Oh, looks good.
That's a 6 and a 6.
Hell
Oh
yeah.
yeah. That gives you that lowers your difficulty class of the challenge by 2, which actually will cancel out one of the failures of your allies. Since you are working most closely with the phase timing and the spotlight enchantment, I think it makes the most sense to that you would be assisting Arabella or somehow resolving that issue. But you could also assist and fix the layered ganache issue as well. So how does that work for Cletus? Or would you like me to narrate? I'm happy to narrate. I'm just trying not to take over.
Yeah, no, I feel like Cletus doesn't really know left or right about this recipe, but he just knows about the smoothness, and so that's his focus, and that inadvertently involves like flattening out bubbles that has formed in this dish.
Okay.
Um,
So as the orbs get passed to you, as the spheres get passed to you, you're like trying to twist them and like smooth them out to match the phases as your perfect, mint, just absolutely gorgeous eclipsed moons that are all just in perfect sync across the 40 or so plates that you have set up.
Yeah.
And Arabella, as you see, like Cletus starts messing with your ganache, there's a moment of horror as he takes a swig from his flask of moonshine that he warned you before, if you drink too much, will make you go blind. And then he just like he grabs a spatula off the counter without even like looking at it, and you realize this is like something's weird with that spatula. You can't quite tell, but like as he picks it up, it sort of does one of those like things where it like wisps and almost statics in the air as he grabs it, and it just sort of like shapes these to like perfectly in sync with the lights that he's set up. And so a few of your worst attempts are suddenly like perfect. The ganache inside is still a little messy, but hopefully they don't notice that if they take one big bite.
I mean, it all gets mixed up on the inside anyway.
Exactly. With that, we approach our final serving. You all gather up you can only carry probably one of these at a time this time, unless you're Aldous, who grabs 8 of them at once.
How many fucking arms does this guy have?
If you pay attention,
adding arms.
If you pay attention now, with the illusion fully dispersed, out of each elbow, he's able, like, it spawns another arm. He's able to produce 4, but sort of like peacock feathers, he can like retract them so there's only 1. And he fully extracts all 4 and grabs 8 of these just gently by the stand of this moonlight display and starts pulling them out into the guest room and brings you all with him. I'm going to say Cletus can roll 2d6 for the serving challenge, and if you 1d6 default for others, unless you have a compelling reason to roll an extra one. No? Okay.
I have no compelling reasons. Nor do I need one. I rolled a 6.
Excellent.
Did I?
A 6 as well. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And Cletus? Oh, you're muted.
I'm good again.
Double ones.
Oh, excellent. Okay. So in that case, I'm just gonna Cletus, that strange fey creature in the hallway, the one that is dealing with the mop and the buckets and cleaning stuff up, they ask for Cletus's assistance, and I think Cletus feels compelled to assist them. They eye your flasks. You carry the moonlight. Yes, please, let me have a sip. Please, please.
Yeah, no, Cletus finds no reason. He's like, yeah, sure, you could have a sip of the moonshine.
As you are all walking past, Cletus sort of like veers to the right a little bit, but you're all like being rushed through. There's like 40 satyrs around you at this point, and you're just like getting pushed through the crowd. And Cletus just turns off into a little alcove and takes a sip. And Cletus, the last thing I think Cletus sees is this creature take a sip of the moonshine, and then there's that like shifting as they take on a full, almost werewolf-like appearance, long and tall and thick and coated in fur. The full moon. And then the flask clatters to the floor, and whoever's next on your list finds it in the hallway as they carry out one of the dishes out to the guests. That would be 2 wounds, so whether Cletus had one injury yet or not, that's the end of Cletus.
He was pristine.
Now he has werewolf chow.
Yeah, now Tobias.
Tobias finds the flask laying on the ground, just kicks it on accident. He's walking past.
Yeah, no, Tobias is the most educated of them all. And by educated, I mean he was line cook at Denny's.
So many cigarettes. So as you all go out through serving then, with a 6, the 2 of you, though, as you are double 6s serving guests, they are just absolutely enamored with you all. Everything is absolute chaos. I cannot even... With our human understanding of the world, I cannot accurately describe the thing that is in front of you. The room is transformed into an otherworldly scene. Each Fey guest appears as this ethereal, surreal creatures beyond mortal understanding. They seem fluid, their bodies partially translucent at times, as if formed of mist or light. Their hair and clothing twist with colors and shapes that defy natural law. Laughter fills the space in a layered harmony, voices echoing as though coming from every direction, creating a beautiful, haunting symphony that reverberates through the hall. Every glance, every moment, every sound now feels like a piece of a vast, living enchantment, leaving no doubt that you are surrounded by the full, raw power of the Fae. As you enter the hall, this long banquet table, no longer distorted, now much shorter, a much smaller crowd gathered. These are the elite. This is the final revel. These guests are split across the table down the middle. The light stretches across one side, bright and full and warm. The moonlight stretches across the other, cool and just shadowed, as the Seelie and the Unseelie, the leaders of each faction of the Fae, dine together for the one time that they will each generation. As you serve these dishes, Arabella? No, we switched Arabella to Arabella.
Arabella, yes.
Arabella,
Totally
Arabella, and Alfred. Is it still Alfred?
Yes, it's still Alfred.
Arabella and Alfred, as you leave this final serving, this final course behind, you each find yourselves blessed by the guests. You, Arabella, find yourself blessed. You walk down the Seelie side of the table as you are drawn to the people more closely to your lineage. And a Seelie guest, captivated by the eclipse, grants you a sense of calm and precision that helps you manage complex timing in future dishes. This extends outside of this event as you are coming to a close. And Alfred, as you walk down the moonlit, cool, misty side of the table, one of the guests pulls you aside just gently and, just drawn to the intensity of this dish, grants you an aura of darkness, letting you create dramatic ambiance at will.
Excellent.
A few of the guests are a little disappointed. It does seem some of the spheres do collapse all at once, blending the flavors and spoiling the effect, but overall, the effect is preserved for most of the guests. As you are whisked through this final banquet hall, before even being pulled back to the kitchen, Aldris comes forth, grabbing each of you, one hand on each of your shoulders again, pulling you forward gently this time, not rudely as much as in a hurry. He says, "Oh, well, we approach the final hour. Now you must come with me." And he like looks around for a second, like a shock, and you hear in the other direction a laugh, and he just like pauses for a second, and he's like, looks to you. "Can you tell the difference?"
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
"What did I tell you about the horns?"
Clockwise
There's a
versus
smooth one way.
counterclockwise.
"Correct." "All right." And he grabs you and drags you out, and he takes you through these shifting, twisting hallways. And even as he's pulling you through these rooms, they begin to transform, to shrink, to collapse on themselves. And he drags you and he pulls you through again, left, right turns. There is no sense to the shape of this room. You feel the gravity shift and move as you walk upstairs and across boardwalks over open skies. And suddenly you are outside the front door again. He bows, thanks you for your time, and tells you, "Run."
My sisters?
You look out, and in the sedan, you can see already buckled and in their seats, your sisters, bandages, just covered in blood, but like if you look and inspect more closely, their wounds have all miraculously healed. They are unconscious and worse for wear, but they will not suffer permanent injury.
And our fee?
Aldris opens the door again. "Oh, yes, your fee." And you can see now as he like hesitates behind him through the door, as the room is like shifting and like breathing almost, as it like expands, contracts, and gets a little smaller each time. And in a bit of a panic, he's Here, and he reaches into his pocket and pulls out like just fistfuls of gold coins and just starts handing them to you. That should be enough, correct? Hurry, run! And you can hear in the distance as poor Cletus may not make it back from any of this. Well, the rest of the clan is in the truck. Come on, let's go! He said, run! Run, boy!
Yeah, Alfred jumps in the truck and takes off.
That poor box truck, the axle has not been fixed. As you are commanded and instructed to run, you, Fishguts clan, you get in the truck. You do find Cletus in the back of the truck. Worse for wear, but he seems a little hairier than he was before, but that's probably fine. But you get in your cars, and Alder is now just carrying on beside your vehicles, is like pushing you along to try and get the vehicles to go, as your poor box truck with the broken axle just through the forest. As you exit, you can all see in your rear view mirrors as the moonlight lights this place one last time, and as a cloud passes across the moon and blocks out light in this whole field, and as the cloud passes again, the building is gone. The field is empty. There is only music left in the air and laughter.
I drive a little faster.
Fistfuls of gold, several pounds of gold coins in your possession. You drive off out of the forest. The drive out is much shorter than the drive in. It takes you only moments to get from the field to the road this time, passing what looks to be the bloody trail of the deer in the road. And back onto the highway, where cars, as you careen onto the highway, cars honk at you and squeal as tires screech to try and avoid, as you all, in frantic fashion, peel off onto the highway and back to your respective homes. And that is it.
Arabella just looks at her sisters and goes, I think we need to go talk to Grandpa.
Your fade changes, by the way. Those do fade. The ears stay a little bit extra pointed, but everything else does fade back to normal.
Excellent.
Cletus is a little extra furry. He may be a werewolf now. Good luck with that.
Tobias is like, no, we gotta do this real quick, good. And Steven, who was told to stay in the truck the entire time, Steven's like, well, that seems weird. They're like, shut the fuck up, Steven. Because Steven is adopted. And so, well, everyone else is some shade of Southern. Steven, if we ever got to him, would be like, hi, I'm Steven. Great. I'm just happy to be here, guys.
That's excellent. Well, Mike, thanks for running this one. We
thank you guys for playing. This was a lot of
got it
fun.
real close.
I'm good at that. I'm good for that.
But yeah, we're gonna take a tight couple of minutes while we switch over. I believe we are playing DRG and then some Borderlands 2 in the coming hours, so stay tuned for that. There's going to be a bunch of stuff going on there, and the ability to mess with those games as well. But yeah, just stay tuned, and we'll be back in a few minutes.
Cool. Thanks, everybody. Thanks for playing. I hope you guys had fun.
Thanks, guys.
See you later, Internet.
Thanks.